Good morning. The sitting is open. I have some announcements before we start with the agenda. Mr. Mark Tarabella is no longer a member of the Socialist and Democrat group and sits with the non-attached members as of the 19th of January 2023. The ID Group has notified the President of a decision relating to changes to appointments within a committee. This decision will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and takes effect on the date of this announcement. So we can now move on to the agenda. The next item on the agenda is Mr. Ratke's report, Revision of the European Works Council's Directive. Ratke for 4 minutes.
Herr Vizepräsident, Herr Kommissar.
President, Commissioner, honourable members, in recent years, there have been discussions on a possible recast of the European Works Councils and the work of those councils, and that debate has often focused on how we set up more European Works Councils, more bodies. That is wrong-headed, in my mind. The report in front of you, that unfortunately will only be put to the vote on the 2nd of February, focuses on something entirely different. It looks at the quality of employee participation rights rather
Frage, was muss getan werden?
It is an answer to the question, what has to be done to ensure better co-determination at European level? How do we step it up a level? How do we ensure that European Works Councils are in a position to deal with management and help to make decisions that tend to be taken increasingly at European and international level? I don't believe that a revolution is required to that end. We need to tweak a few points, make a few changes. One key issue is sanctions. When talking about the rights of European Works Councils, we often look at the resources and wherewithal made available to enforce their rights. My proposal, when it comes to sanctions, recognises that they are currently ridiculous. We're talking about companies worth billions listed on the stock exchange, not a few SMEs. So I don't understand why an infringement against data protection rules faces tougher sanctions compared to a breach of basic employee
violation. Ma proposition est d'introduire un.
So my proposal is that we go along with a well-established practice in Germany. If rights are infringed, if management is not willing to make information available, then a temporary injunction is made available. That is something that has been well established in Germany over the last 70 years, and it is a wonderful opportunity to ensure clarity, to establish, for example, the scope of confidentiality.
Dat moeten we weten. En daar
we can look at the legal definition in Europe. What constitutes confidential business information? What is a transnational measure? That also needs to be defined. We also need to look at access to justice.
Masto priemonės
and Poland and talk about rule of law there, but at the same time turn a blind eye to situations where European works councils are struggling for sometimes over 2 years to gain access to justice, to secure legal redress. That is unacceptable and that has to change. And that is part of my call to the European Commission. We've done our homework. We've produced our report that offers answers, an opportunity to improve and step up the pace of consultation at European level, and I would call on the Commission to draft a proposal.
Na tomto návrhu dále pracovat. Děkuji.
Thanking the shadow reporters for the confidence shown and the wonderful cooperation, and that really reflects the negotiations and the wonderful atmosphere we had throughout our talks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the European Commission, Commissioner Schmidt.
Dear Chair, dear members of the Parliament, first of all, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Radke, the shadows and the debate, and especially for their excellent report. In your report, you call on the Commission to put forward a legislative proposal to revise Directive 2009/38 on European Works Councils. And you propose a number of concrete legislative suggestions to strengthen EWCs and their ability to exercise their information and consultation rights, as well as to increase the number of EWCs while taking into account the different industrial relation systems in the Member States. This comes at a critical juncture when we need to find policy
Ta propozycja pojawia się w
dialogue, one of the essential features of the EU social market economy, while also protecting and enhancing the competitiveness of our single market. We know that we see eye to eye with this Parliament on the importance of social dialogue, and the upcoming Commission initiative to strengthen social dialogue at EU and national levels is a living proof of that. Among the building blocks of our long-standing tradition of social dialogue in Europe are tools and processes for ensuring an effective information and consultation of workers at company level. At EU level, an extensive legal framework, including European Works Councils, is in place to give workers the right to be informed and consulted by
gehört zu werden von Management
of the internal market and globalization, take strategic decisions, undergo restructuring, or contemplate collective redundancies. Well-functioning European Works Councils have an important role to play today. We are still dealing with the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Digitalization and the greening of the economy are also deep transformations we need to face. They are a must and an urgency, and these cannot be successful, fair and sustainable without an effective dialogue. Social dialogue is all the more important to cope with the current challenges of high energy prices and their impact on business costs and wage adequacy. In this context, anticipating and managing change is fundamental through a balanced approach between the interests of employees and employers and a sound understanding of their common ground. We need strong industrial relations between workers and employers at transnational level, which make our internal market stronger and fairer. Obviously, we must safeguard and promote employment and industrial activities based in Europe, in particular, in a time where Europe's competitiveness is at stake. But I think that social dialogue is not an enemy of competitiveness. It can be a very important instrument to strengthen and foster competitiveness. Moreover, in a context of rapid change, ensuring legal certainty both for workers and for employers
juridisku drošumu.
Provides more confidence and trust in the system they are operating in. The Commission reviewed the implementation of the 2009 European Works Council Directive in 2018. At the time, the Commission found that the best course of action was to focus its efforts on supporting the implementation of the existing rules and pursuing compliances of national legislation with EU law. Rest reassured that the Commission regularly monitors the transposition of the directive by and assesses each and every complaint or incorrect transposition of the directive. We are also committed to provide financial support in this area, and the Commission provides funds projects carried out by national and European social partners which promote information and consultation in companies, including in relation to European Works Councils. Your resolution refers to essential areas of social dialogue and proposes to revise core concepts of the directive. These include broadening the definition of transnational matters, reinforcing consultation obligations, and limiting the use of confidentiality exceptions. You also propose to significantly reinforce enforcement and sanctions for businesses that do not consult workers and to extend the directive to undertakings with pre-existing information and consultation of European Works Council's agreements. The Commission will need to make an assessment of your final proposals, taking into account the principles of subsidiarity and proportionality and better lawmaking. This will also include a legal assessment of the proposals, namely by the extension of the directive to undertakings with pre-existing information and consultation of European Work Council's agreements. In line with established practice under the current mandate and the commitment which has been taken by the President, the Commission is committed to duly follow up to Parliament's resolution adopted under Article 225 of the Treaty. And this means also a legislative proposal. As you know, before presenting any legislative proposal for Union action in the social policy field following Article 154, the Commission must consult EU social partners. And during this consultation, social partners may decide to act by means of agreements between them. We take note of the Parliament's request to present a legislative proposal by January 24. Let me remind you, however, that should the Commission decide to propose legislative action, the timing of any such proposal would depend on the outcome of those procedures. Social dialogue is close to our hearts, and we must use the full potential of transnational industrial relations to help deliver in a fair and sustainable manner the changes that our economies urgently need while enhancing the competitiveness and the good functioning of the European economy and specifically of the internal market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now take the speakers speaking on behalf of their political group. On behalf of the EPP, Mr. Casa for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. It has been more than 10 years since the revision of this directive, and many things have changed since then. Different things in the labour market, digitalisation and green transition are impacting workers. Therefore, the revision is necessary. We cannot accept any more that consultations should happen after the decisions have been taken. For example, we cannot accept that information should be kept. We can't ignore fragmentation of access to legal systems. And the report identifies these problems. I would like to thank Denis Radke and the shadows for their work, and I believe that I think we're going to have a very good report, and with it we will be able to look ahead. These are proposals that are going to benefit both workers and also employers. Proposals which will help to add value. And with this report, we will see how we can ensure the right of information for workers, that the workers will know about decisions that affect them, and access also to legal systems. The best policy is that we should have a constructive dialogue, and that that everyone can access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Socialists and Democrats, Mr. Benifei for 2.5 minutes. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur and all the shadow rapporteurs for the sterling job that they've done together over the last few months on this legislative initiative file in order to reform the European Works Council's directive. The text submitted to plenary doesn't leave any room for interpretation. After almost 30 years after the first directive, it is urgent to overhaul this directive. The right to information and consultation shouldn't be seen as an option by multinational companies that operate in Europe. Over the last few years, there have been too many cases where they've trampled on the right that workers have to be informed and involved in these strategic choices that in many cases have had a dramatic impact on jobs and the working conditions of millions of European employers, especially as in the case to close down a plant in a member state or when there's been business restructuring. In order to make sure that this no longer occurs, we need a European directive that will include a better definition of what a transnational decision is, a new sanction scheme that discourages any attempt to get around these rules. We need new rules to make it easier for EWCs to access justice. And of course, there should be the possibility to ask a competent national court to suspend a business decision when the right to information and consultation has been breached. Now, the proposal that has come to plenary has a lot of innovative features when it comes to these issues I mentioned. I hope that by voting here, we will vote against any attempt to water down the text. The European Commission has a delicate job and very important job ahead of it. The European Parliament expects a root and branch reform of the European Works Council Directive, which is one of the pillars of the European social model. The world has changed, and our businesses are working on a global stage, and the single market, which has just celebrated its 30-year anniversary just a few days ago, is a reality in the EU, and businesses no longer work only within national borders, but we must make sure that key social workers' rights are not trampled upon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of Renew Europe, Mrs. Alieva Veli.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, European Works Councils are a key element of the European social model. They reflect the importance of the representation of workers and the importance of social dialogue. They serve to reinforce workers' rights to information and consultation on transnational issues.
São a questões transnacionais. Estes conselhos.
Better participation of workers ensures more sustainable companies and better well-being at work. As a shadow rapporteur from Renew Europe, one of my most important goals was to give better visibility to works councils, to improve their access to justice and to create a platform for the exchange of good practices. I'm very glad to say that all of these proposals were accepted. Yet, the report includes certain elements that are likely to create serious difficulties for companies. The participation of workers should not damage the capacity of management to manage businesses in a difficult environment such as the crisis. That is why I've always worked to create the balance in this text, and I think it's important to be very proportionate. And it was important to find a balance between the two sides of social dialogue. It's good to have efficient rights for the workers, but it's also good to take into account the interests of companies. Thank you to everybody for your constructive work.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the Greens, Mr. Saturi for 2 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, this report is not just an invitation issued to the Commission to strengthen the regulation. It is a signature representing this Parliament, our statement that social dialogue is important. We know there are differences between member states, but social dialogue is important. And I would like to thank the rapporteur for ensuring that this signed letter is clear, strengthening social dialogue and supporting social dialogue within the Employment and Social Affairs Committee. Social dialogue, when properly practiced, is vital for workers in a company. Health of a company. It is very important. It is part of the lifeblood of European companies. It is important that EWCs be able to exercise their rights. That is self-evident, and that drives the proposals put to the Commission. We believe that EWCs, which was set up in the 94 directive, need to be able to fully exercise their rights. It's rule of law, nothing very original. It is high time that employees should not be delayed or prevented from setting up EWCs, and EWCs need to be duly notified of all decisions ahead of time. They need proper influence, and confidentiality clauses should no longer be abused, and EWCs should have legal redress and the resources to access justice in all member to weaken EWCs and their rights. The Renew amendments are putting a spanner in the works and hampering the success of EWCs. Colleagues, I would urge you not to go down that path, and I would call on the Commission to base itself on this excellent proposal, first of all, to strengthen EWCs all around Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the Identity and Democracy Group, Mrs. Bild, 2 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, President. Dear colleagues, the European machine keeps turning. And going against good sense is asking us to review the directive on European Works Councils. Well, that's all well and good. This is a technocratic approach. It's lots of unnecessary details. While Europe is sinking into the economic crisis,
Seite wird es überschwemmt durch eine
Massenimmigration at our borders, people trying to enter the countries illegally. We're talking about European Works Councils. We don't accept that Brussels should indulge in these follies, and these are whims our companies need air to develop. And for that reason, we don't want to add additional useless bureaucracy to them. Information meetings and having committees isn't helpful for us. It is clear the national legislation on labour takes precedence. A company in France is subject to French law. It's very, very simple, but the European Union is complicating everything. We don't want to lose precious time when there are other priorities. We need to make good use of our companies, our skills, our knowledge. That's what we want to do. The French are expecting of us, I speak as the French person, that we don't let the European Commission focus on crossing the T's and dotting the I's. I'm fighting for France, for my people. Thank you. That's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Rafalska on behalf of the ECR Group. 2 minutes.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie Komisarzu. President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. The European Works Council Directive needs to be revised because during the last 10 or more years, the importance of enterprises and groups of enterprises on the EU level has increased, and some rules should and must be adjusted to new reality. The information process and consultation process is not adjusted to the transnational structures of such enterprises. Not all the member states are using proportional fines for non-adherence to the laws that we already have. In some countries, the fines might be of less than 100 euros, so they are extremely low and they do not deter. The sanctions are so small that it pays not to adhere to law. ECR wants to build effective dialogue between the representatives of employees and employers. The changes in the directive need to find a balance between protecting the rights of workers and efficient management of the company and keeping the companies competitive. However, some of the solutions are too radical and among them, for example, lack of access to public funds and a fee of up to 20 million euros or up to 4% of yearly turnover. So we are moving from one extreme to another extreme, from very low fines to very extremely high fines, including solutions which are, in my opinion, exaggerated. The rapporteur presented a series of propositions which should be further analyzed. For example, when confidentiality is justified in order to limit access to information, as well as giving legal access to the works.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Left Group, Mrs. Rodriguez Palop for 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, President, Commissioner. This European Parliament is very much in favour of democracy at work and breathing new life into the right to information, consultation and participation of workers. Yolanda Díaz, at the helm of the Labour Ministry in Spain, also feels it's a priority, and I'm sure this will be important in the upcoming presidency. This comes at a critical moment, and we've got the minimum wage directive, pay transparency directive, platform worker directive. All of this is to boost the social aspects, because democracy at work equals economic efficiency and job stability. Improving consultation and information means that less people leave their jobs, we avoid redundancies, there's more productivity, and so on. And that's why it's very important to overhaul this directive. Commissioner, 13 years in the labour market are an eternity. The proposal in the report reflects this diagnosis. Trade unions, experts and academics all agree. Now it's just up to the European Commission to do this and to go ahead. What are the proposals? To have an automatic suspension system when it comes to decisions that have been taken by a business without consulting the EWC. And of course, we need to make sure that there's also legal redress and legal scrutiny. And we need
judiciais com reconhecimento
that covers legal costs as well in a fair manner. We have to improve sanctions and make sure that all of this is implemented properly. We need to broaden the right to information and have stricter obligations on how regularly the EWCs take place. There need to be experts that advise worker representatives as well. We need to streamline the current system and ensure there is better legal certainty, getting rid of the different types of EWCs and coming up with minimum standards for the different bodies, regardless of when they were set up. So the right of participation of workers needs to be enforced, and there needs to be inclusive dialogue. Now, I think that a lot has to happen when it comes to legal aspects. There are so many justification and pretexts that are used to defend decisions, and we have to make sure that
più intelligente. Commissario, non dobbiamo far passare.
And gentlemen, Commissioner, let us not miss this opportunity in this current parliamentary term, because there is a consensus here. In Spain, we're going to fight hard to make sure that democracy is taken to workplaces, because labour isn't just a good, it's about human relations based on law, and we place our trust in you.
Grazie ħafna.
The next speaker is Mrs. Rondinelli. Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt. The report of the European Parliament to revise the European Works Council's directive, to my mind, includes one of the strong points of the new system of industrial relations that should be a feature of the European labour market. The European Parliament is asking for further development of participation, information and consultation of workers, which are prerequisites if we want to have a social market economy. Now, I have been one of those who spent a lot of years setting up EWCs and making sure they work properly. So I, like others, understand what it means for workers to have the right and not just the possibility to participate and to be consulted by business management when it comes to decisions that will have an impact on the jobs and even the future outlook of a business in the case of mergers, acquisitions and relocation. I think that the EWCs have the makings of becoming a place where we can really have genuine transnational collective bargaining. We're talking about areas with huge potential when it comes to collective bargaining, and if we revise this directive, it could have a huge impact, but only if companies understand the participation culture of industrial relations and they understand that EWCs aren't just a legal obligation, but that the real meaning is to create quality jobs and social cohesion. Thank you. And democratic economic democracy. The next speaker is Mr. Khanna for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Commissioner. Social dialogue is fundamental for the social market economy of Europe, and this is not a cliché, but a mere fact. And although with quite a different scope, social bargaining is incorporated successfully in any national labour law and any national social system. But Europe is becoming more and more united, especially in the face of the Russian invasion, but also in the face of aggressive Chinese trade policy, and these are just examples. European businesses are becoming more and more mobile and more international, and I would say so it should be, because the challenges we are facing are global, and the opportunities before our businesses, which means before our labour markets as well, are mobile, global, and becoming more and more dynamic and international. And yet we obviously have no strong social bargaining framework on transnational level. We don't have it on the EU level. We don't have it on the single market level. And I should totally agree with the rapporteur that the existing European legislation is not answering to the present challenges that we face.
Corresponde aos reptos que se nos colocam neste momento.
When it was designed, but for 2 decades, we have moved quite ahead. And yes, I heard a lot of critics. We have critics inside EPP, and certainly any motion, and this one in particular, has its shortcomings. But I would say we shall address those when we have the Commission proposal. But now,
det får vi ta upp när vi väl fått kommissionen.
Because we have problems to face. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Bischoff for 2 minutes.
Herr Präsident, Herr
President, Commissioner, colleagues, I'd like to thank the rapporteur and the shadows for this report. It shows that the Parliament is able to come up with good compromises when it works together. And I think that needs support. Strengthening democracy, that is the challenge. And that's something that we've been discussing a number of times this week. And we can see that where people can be involved and strengthen their working conditions, that strengthens democracy. And I'm not surprised that from the very right, they don't want to strengthen democracy and say that it's just a matter of bureaucracy. But that is wrong. Because if we look at the EWC directive, this was one of the great innovations. And organizing this on a transnational basis, many said that times have changed since 1994, and also the previous review wasn't sufficient. So much has changed. We've got the Green Deal, digitalization, all of these things need to be implemented, and this really is the opportunity to strengthen democracy.
E deixar que
champions of democracy in the workplace and strengthen transnational work and close loopholes and strengthen social rights. And perhaps I could just ask the Commission to take note of this. Really, it's not enough to just take note. We need a Commission that delivers and that really takes
que la démocratie sur le lieu de travail devienne une réalité.
Just take note of it, but really work with it. And so I just recommend to all of those who have doubts and think, well, what are these EWCs? That's just going to be new bureaucracy. Why don't you look where you live? Talk to people. I talked to some people yesterday, and they're expecting that we come up with something that we really deliver. And so that they can say, we have the tools that we need to meet the challenges, and we're not just going to accept the fact that these democratic rights aren't maintained.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Lizzi for 2 minutes. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be speaking Italian. I'd like to thank Mr. Ratke, above all, for the work that he's done on the report. These are recommendations to the European Commission on the revision of European Works Councils, on the European Works Councils Directive, I beg your pardon. Many years have gone by since the directive was published, and we've had time to test and see that the EWCs have found it difficult to achieve their overarching aim, transnational setup that is to try and tackle globalization. We wanted to promote social dialogue and nip changes in the bud. Now, since 2009, the legal framework for the setting up of EWCs needed an overhaul to make sure that it is in line with the current social situation, among others. It makes sense to revise the European Works Council's directives if the EWCs are to, and they should be, an important tool, especially in the case of restructuring and relocation that have an impact on millions of workers, and in many cases the local production and labour fabric. So, as we've seen over the last few months in the European Parliament, there are some controversial parts that are still in the text. They're controversial from a legal point of view. As often happens in the European Parliament, some proposals go beyond the powers of the European Union in the field of labour and social rights. Now, to give you details, we want clarity on two issues, if possible, from the Commissioner. First of all, there is a preliminary injunction before the national courts to suspend management decisions. And then the whole issue of sanctions and the details of the sanctions if the EWCs aren't consulted. So these are two examples where I believe you're trampling on national competence. So apart from these not very convincing aspects, I believe that the EWCs will grow and expand over the next few years. We believe that here we should always be committed to providing more momentum and impetus. And if the two aspects that I mentioned are dealt with, then we would vote in favour. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. De La Pisa Carrion for 1.5 minutes.
President, Commissioner, honourable members, this is a proposal to recast the Directive on European Works Councils operating in Europe. The definitions are vague. We don't really know what this all applies to. It's rather sensitive. Essentially, this is trampling on national legislation, once again undermining the freedom of companies to do business in Europe. It is claimed to be an attempt to regulate companies, but really it is going to end up determining the composition and influencing business culture in Europe. It is an unjustified interference in workers' rights, and it will lead to conflict and break social peace. Now, of course, we want harmonious dialogue between workers and business owners. We've just celebrated the 30th anniversary of the single market, but what we're seeing massive political interference, stifling business and entrepreneurial culture in Europe. Let us boost entrepreneurship, the freedom of businesses. Let us have faith in our fellow humans to take individual action. We are capable of finding solutions, creative solutions, and ensuring that we really drive forward economic and social growth. Let us free ourselves from the type of ideology that stifles the human spirit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, and perhaps I could say something to the far right. Mrs. Bilder presented how she reacts when worker rights are to be strengthless. I think it's rather shocking when
como se ela fosse a representante
against workers getting rights, but at the same time putting themselves forward as if they were the representatives of workers. Democracy, that's a word that was used, but if workers aren't able to participate in the life of companies, then we can't talk about democracy. In some cases, EWCs learn in newspapers that their plants are going to be closed. And so for that reason, we need to understand that the practice of forming EWCs is important. And it's not good when they're overlooked. And sometimes information is withheld from them. And so this is the...
in de Europese Unie, waar het principe van de rechts...
the rule of law is overlooked, violated, and why? Because there aren't ways to hold the companies to account, and there are virtually no sanctions. If companies violate these rules, they can pay for this from the coffee fund. I mean, the fines are minimal. But these are companies that have millions, even billions. Deutsche Telekom, for instance, got a fine of 15,000. I mean, they probably pay more for toilet paper. And if people want to take involvement of workers seriously, they have to really
impor sanções mais pesadas.
EWCs all report on the same type of problems. They get the information too late and they're not involved enough. And so for that reason, we need to strengthen European Works Councils and have very clear rules, which mean that they can't be excluded from decisions and just be consulted afterwards. And don't forget that the majority in companies are workers.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Kosha.
Szögezzünk le mindjárt 2 dolgot az elején.
Thank you.
Tässä nykyinen
Here, from the outset, I have 2 points. First of all, the current directive, which is in force, works relatively well, and the European Commission has only fielded 1 complaint. And the European Parliament, once again, is a little bit confused when it comes to its role, and it wants to take a legislative initiative. Why is there this need to do things the opposite way to they should be done? Is this because to take the wrong approach to sanctions has led to skyrocketing food prices? It's extremely important to implement the directive properly, but in my opinion, this goal won't be achieved with new rules and new legislation. I think it would be better to see how we can better implement the current directive. I think that this is extremely important. Thank you very much. Mrs. Huitadal.
Mr. Speaker, in February, Parliament will vote on this report with recommendations on how to update the European Works Council Directive. European Works Councils today are a well-integrated part of an increasingly international labour market, and the 1,000 or so existing active ones fill an important role for social dialogue, consultation procedures and overall industrial relations, which is all key parts of a modern social market economy. Well-functioning European Works Councils complement national consultation and information mechanisms on transnational matters and thereby play a powerful role in adding to the European competitiveness and also more and better paid jobs. But if councils that are set up get the opportunity to operate according to unbalanced rules, on the other hand, they risk undermining European competitiveness. I therefore must raise my voice to the calls for new rules that open up for these councils to get the power to suspend the management decisions that are made in companies. This is a devastating idea. I urge colleagues with European jobs and European competitiveness in mind to vote against this part of the text next month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Angel, newly elected as Vice President.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, if we want a successful green and digital transition, it is crucial that we involve the workers in decision-making. When workers are empowered to shape decisions, we know that productivity, innovation and working methods improve. Good governance requires more democracy at work, and strong trade unions are playing a key role related to health and safety measures. We know it in job retention schemes and organising new trends like telework. So empowering trade unions also strengthens social Europe. And reinforcing the European Works Council Directive when it comes to the right to information and consultation for representatives of employees, and particularly, as we heard yesterday again, during restructuration processes is an absolute necessity and an incredible tool to strengthen the role of employees vis-à-vis of employers in policy making of the daily life cycle of the company. The recast directive on European Works Council failed in its original objectives. Indeed, employers can easily stall or completely block the establishment of a European Works Council. European Works Council are often informed after final decisions have already been taken, and transnational and confidentiality clauses are too often misused. So it's now time to solve this issue with legally binding changes by ensuring timely and meaningful consultation, clarifying the scope of confidentiality, improving dispute resolution, introducing effective, dissuasive and proportionate penalties, but also by granting access to justice for the representatives of workers and securing resources and access to trade union experts and support. Companies have to show their willingness to work in close cooperation with their workforce and the unions in order to make the digital and green transition a success for all. And the implementation of the European Workers' Council Directive is ongoing for 15 years already without enough concluding results and successes. And the European Commission can no longer hide behind case studies nor recommendations. It is time to deliver now and to turn this report into concrete legislative proposals. Dennis Radke and the shadow rapporteurs did a fantastic job, and thank you so much, Dennis, for having invited so many participants who know how it works on the terrain, and they told us where we have to do corrections, and you did it in your report, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Ryle for 2 minutes.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, we're talking today about strengthening European Works Councils. That's something that is close to my heart because I was on a European Works Council with responsibility for training 10,000 in mining in Germany. And I know how important European Works Councils are because they are a link between the workers and management. And I would go even further. I think that a good Works Councils are good for managing because they ensure social peace, but also the success of a company because it's only a strong, successful company that can pay its workers well. But this is based on two things. The German legislation that we have on works councils, and it's the best in the world. I mean, if anyone wants to do anything to get workers involved, they should look at the German legislation. But that's a national task, not a European task. And works councils are really important because they're really close to the companies, because they're people who are in the companies, know about the companies, rather than trade unions. Sometimes these aren't even people from companies, and they play political games. They have political objectives. They support the Green Deal, and they betray the interests of German workers. But works councils don't do that, fortunately. I've been in contact with many works councils, whether we're talking about the chemical industry or the steel industry, ceramics, cement, glass. All of these EWCs reject the Green Deal because they want to keep jobs. They want to keep the well-paid creative jobs. And they know what happens in real life. And that's why it is important that we strengthen EWCs to prevent the Green Deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Shaibi is the next speaker. 2 minutes. President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, Rapporteur, a Frenchman called Jean Jaurès said that the big revolution made French kings in the city, but servile in the company. I'm not saying that here we have the makings of revolution in businesses, but it is still an important report because it's about bringing back democracy to the workplace by strengthening EWCs. Political democracy is something glaringly obvious for everyone, but democracy at work has to become a reality. If we go to work in the morning, we shouldn't have people forget that we're citizens. There are works councils and European works councils that are vital when it comes to consulting workers at a time when important decisions are taken. But we've got to keep our eyes open and not be naive. Of course, the EWCs are slightly subordinate, and maybe industrial relations will never be perfect in a business. And let us be aware that, generally speaking, EWCs are sometimes used as a thin veneer of democracy. But also, let us not forget that the goal of a business isn't to make employees sovereign, but to create profits. So who creates the profits? Without the workers and employees, businesses cannot create wealth, and there would be nothing. So, of course, there are strategic decisions taken that need to be validated. But why shouldn't those who create the wealth in the first place be consulted? Now, EWCs play a very important role, but they have been set up on a European level in order to make sure that they're in a framework that benefits them. They're a kind of counterweight because often companies like Amazon believe in divide and rule, fragmentation, and where multinational workers have set up areas to discuss things, they've managed to change the balance of power. So EWCs are an important action tool that help workers rally together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mrs. Lexman for 2 minutes.
Ďakujem za slovo. Vážení kolegovia.
Thank you. Honourable members, I am a member of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee. Since I joined that committee, I have spoken up for the rights of workers, in particular the right to be consulted and informed. The success of EWCs is based on mutual trust and constructive dialogue between the Works Council and management. That is something that needs to be strengthened. We cannot assume that companies themselves will enforce democratic principles. I don't agree with the proposal on a preliminary injunction. Could lead to abuse and paralyze growth within the company. On gender quotas for works councils, I think that would be superfluous in this directive. As a woman, I feel that such quotas underestimate me and are counterproductive. We could see discrimination of mothers compared to other women. I would also oppose the draconian sanctions set out in this proposal, loss of European subsidies and exclusion from public tendering. The company would have to defray legal costs regardless who've won a case. I believe that companies in a proper environment will have no difficulty honouring their duties, and I don't think that excessive sanctions would serve any purpose. I support the recast of the directive. I think with a little more balance it could really strengthen workers' rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Agius Saliba for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner Schmidt. We can never have full rights for our workers if they don't have a full participation in decision making. We have more than 10 million workers of multinational companies that are represented by the European Works Councils. We have a legislation that does not respect the realities that the workers are facing in a globalized world and a digital world. We have sanctions which are ridiculous. We have rights of information which have very low standards and do not make sense. workers should be involved in decision-making. However, this is not the case most of the time. And we have a system of dialogue which is not effective. So it is important that we are brave and we make sure that there is an upgrade in legislation that regulates the EWCs on a European level. It is a shame that we are in this situation.
Mēs esam nonākuši pie šādas situācijas.
Colleagues that are speaking against the proposal which was put forward by MEP Radke, where we are
do colega Radke, quando o intuito é
the rapporteur and the shadow rapporteur for all of the work, and I would like to ask all of the colleagues from the EPP to approve this such good work. This report is really of utmost importance for all European workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Hetman. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. During this plenary session, we are celebrating 30 years of the common European market. This is one of the pillars of the European Union, and over the last 3 decades, we've been aiming at reducing and removing all barriers in the single market. And although this process will never
done il processo,
a lot has been achieved. Over those 30 years, the economic circumstances have changed considerably, and we know right now that inclusive, sustainable development cannot be done without the accompanying social policy and protection of workers. And this is why I believe that the European Works Councils, established by way of a regulation dated 1994, also constitute a part of our response to this global challenge. They constitute an important element of protecting workers, especially right now when so many European companies work transnationally. And as I said already, those 30 years have brought a lot of social changes, and even the transposition of the directive in 2009 has proved to be insufficient. Hence, I believe that it is worthwhile to have another look at this directive, and I'm very happy to see that it is the European Parliament that is initiating such changes. Although we do have over 1,000 works councils right now, this is an impressive amount, but there is a downward trend in the number of works councils. I believe in a balanced approach. I believe that this revision is needed, but it should focus first of all on the improvement of implementation of currently existing regulations, so that we can also celebrate in this area those 30 years.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vice President Regner, but she's not in the chamber, so I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, you have the floor.
Regner arrives before the CATCI. She will take the floor.
I welcome this legislative own initiative report, which calls for an ambitious and long-awaited revision of the European Work Council Directive. The EWC Directive sets out important provisions on the right to information and consultation of employees on matters of transnational character in large undertakings, which are fundamental parts of EU social policy. They are also key elements to a prospering and healthy economy. As we see from ongoing strikes in the United Kingdom, ensuring proper workplace relations is key to a productive business and economy. We only have to look at the statistics. In 2020, in the first year of the coronavirus pandemic, lockdowns across the EU hit member state economies heavily, and employment fell. However, employment fell by only 2.8% in member states with well-developed industrial relations systems. There is a message there. These states performed better, and far fewer workers lost their jobs because of good relations. For this reason, I support my colleagues in their call for reform of some elements of the EWC Directive. I think the report takes a reasonable and pragmatic approach to improving compliance and enforcement, and this will have a wider benefit for the economy overall. So I compliment the rapporteurs on doing a very good job, this could lead to far better industrial relations and prosperity for Europe as a result.
Kelly. Mr. Kelly, you have a blue card from Mr. Roncha. Do you accept it? Okay. Mr. Roncha.
Thank you. I have one question for you. My speech will be on Polish language. Please take a chance.
Uzlieciet, lūdzu, austiņas.
Przysłuchuję się tej dyskusji.
As I'm listening to this debate, which is very interesting and very important, but I would like to know one thing. If a majority of MEPs speaking today agree that there should be dialogue, I also support dialogue. You also say that we need good legislation in terms of informing social partners within the enterprises, and I do agree. But I believe that sanctions constitute a controversial issue. I would like to know what your opinion is. You represent EPP, free market economy-oriented group. So what do you think about sanctions that are envisaged in case of dispute with respect to the heads of enterprises? Thank you.
Yeah, fair point. Obviously, the EPP has a very good approach to industrial developments and ensuring that jobs are a priority. One of the points often made by our leader, Manfred Weber, is jobs, jobs, jobs. But obviously conditions have to come with those jobs, and obviously there is a responsibility both on employers and on employees. And I think by having this working directive, where we all agree on what should be done, what's very clear in relation to people's rights, then that will be absolutely a positive. Sanctions may or may not be necessary, but that would be a last resort. Everybody knows the key to good industrial relations is to have a good relationship, to sit down and negotiate and come to an agreement. I've seen that in Ireland over the last number of years, and it has worked very well. If there's mutual respect, that's the key. Mutual respect between workers and employers, then I think we will have a very good situation in Ireland, or in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. The next speaker is Mr. Bergles for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. Greater autonomy, information and involvement of employees are key in our decision-making. The rules on establishing European Works Council are not up to date with the complexity of transnational operations. Big companies are closing plants on short notice and thousands of people leave unemployed. Business secrets here are just an empty excuse. This revision of a directive is key if we want to enable better workers' rights, unions' involvement and legislative tools which make sense. The comments of Mr. opportunity and can increase the competitiveness of our companies. They can increase the information and informedness of our employees and can be a good link between the employees and the management.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. De Basso for 1 minute.
Herr talman.
Thank you very much, President. We know how much influence good information to workers can have. Democracy also has to exist at the workplace. A solid EWC boasts the resilience and general state of health of a company. We know that European Works Councils have to be bolstered. In Sweden, we have a collective bargaining agreement set up. We want all workers to access information relating to all decisions taken that have an impact on their working conditions, regardless of where they work. Trade unions need to get information on all the relevant decision-making procedures taken at all levels. We need to make sure that there's democracy, co-decision, and greater participation when talking about jobs. Trade union rights are human rights. Thank you. Thank you very much. We can move on to the Catch the Eye procedure. And I only have one request from Mrs. Grappini. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner. First of all, let me say that indeed we need to adjust the legislation to bolster workers' rights and the relationship between work councils and employers. But don't you think that people lead by example? And I'd like to refer to, first of all, confidential information that is used by works councils, trade secrecy, and so on. But now, talking about the Commission's behavior towards us, maybe these are very important because the Commission for the vaccine contracts, and then I was told this was confidential. And often we draft resolutions and propose change, and the dialogue between us is not working. And I'm counting on you, Commissioner, in order to be able to implement rules and regulations in the EU at the level of member states, such as now when we need to change the directive. The European Commission needs to lead by example. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the Catch the Eye procedure. And now Commissioner Schmidt on behalf of the European Commission.
Dear President, honourable members, first I want to thank you for this debate, which shows very clearly that there is a large consensus in this Parliament that a social market economy thrives where social dialogue between employers and workers and their representatives is well developed. And I must say that when you look at those countries where this social dialogue functions well at the level of enterprises, at the level of companies, well, these are countries where competitiveness, innovation are not weakened, but in the contrary, very often are strengthened and also work better. Here we have to deal with a European issue. It's about transborder issues. And I think this is the mission of Europe, to find the right solution when the interests of people, of citizens, of workers are at stake, because there is obviously a European dimension. Now, if we have the feeling and the proof that in some cases, in many cases, what we have is working well, but in other cases it doesn't work well, well, we have to make sure that everybody has to comply with the same rules. And therefore we have to adapt and modify and amend what we have. This is a normal process. We have to draw the lessons from the real things. And this is what is at stake. Now, I was a bit surprised by one comment about the Commission, and as a member of the Commission, I obviously have to defend the Commission. So when it was said that the Commission only takes note of your report, no, I've never said that we only take note. I was very clear, and I repeat what I said in my speech. In line with established practice under the current mandate, the Commission is committed.
Wil de Commissie,
adopted under Article 225, including with a legislative proposal. So I think this is a very clear language. And there is a clear commitment which was taken by the President of the Commission in this context. Now, to conclude, certainly we have to assess your proposals. And as I said also, and I have to recall it, this legislative proposal in social matters means that first we have to go back to social partners and to ask them to deal with this issue before then eventually tabling our own legislative proposal. This is how the treaty functions. Now, why it is so important now to deal with this issue? It's certainly about the Green Deal, because we have to take along workers to initiate and to proceed to all the transformations, important transformations.
Todas as transformações, em todas as mutações que são necessárias ao nível das empresas. Isto é
also representatives of the workers.
Inúmeros representantes dos trabalhadores.
They refuse the Green Deal, but they want to know exactly where this is leading them and their company. And I think this is important. And that's why social dialogue is so important in this context of big transformation. And by the way, we want now to strengthen Europeans' industrial base. And we want also to promote the industrial development at the European level by enlarging the European industries at the European level. And that's why also the involvement of workers, the involvement of representatives of workers in this process is so important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is the rapporteur, Mr. Radke.
Herr Vizepräsident, Herr
Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues.
Kollegi. Viel Unterstützung erfahren habe für meine Arbeit und für den Bericht, aber ich bin auch sehr dankbar für die geäußerte Kritik hier heute.
I'm also very grateful for the criticism that's been expressed, because these are things that I've been hearing for weeks, but the fact that it's all being repeated doesn't make the criticisms correct. And so I want to start with the criticism, even if the people aren't there anymore, starting with what Mrs. Bilder said. She stood up and gave a speech about
and
the subject is revision of the European Works Council direction. I really wonder whether Mrs. Bilder has read a single page of the report. I mean, she comes here and says that she's a representative of French workers and hasn't read a single page of the report. That's not what we're talking about. It's not about national legislation. It's not about French legislation. We're talking here about strengthening European legislation and taking European works councils to a different level. And this I'd say to Guido Reil, who himself was on a European works council. Which piece of German legislation is being undermined by us strengthening European legislation? And then I wanted to answer Mrs. de la Perezol. What you said isn't really understandable. You said that companies need breathing spaces, but I have to open the window when I hear what you're saying. I need oxygen because you're not. You're talking about ideologies that undermine people. I mean, we're talking about democracy in companies, social partnership. That's not an ideology. That is something which creates social peace in a company and inside society. It's not an ideology. I think it's crazy. And then people are talking about the legal costs. The legal costs shouldn't be paid for the company, but the costs of the work being done by the councils are to be paid for by the company. Who else should pay for them? We're not talking here about a dispute between neighbours or a divorce case for a couple. We're talking about a company. A works council within a company is part of that company. So, of course, it's the company who's going to pay for that. Honestly, some of the arguments.
Por favor, muitos argumentos.
Rather surprising, but I think that we've got time till the 2nd of February to deal with this. But what I'm taking away from today's session is that there is a lot of support, but those who have. I mean, some people who stand up and speak like nobility from the 18th century, I mean, honestly, it's just not appropriate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Radke, for wrapping up this interesting debate. The debate is closed, and as we decided, the vote will take place on Monday, the 2nd of February. The next item on the agenda is the European Commission statement on the Global Gateway Initiative. On behalf of the European Commission, Commissioner Vălean has the floor. She's also a former colleague.
Dear President, honourable members, thank you for this opportunity to give you an update on implementation of the Global Gateway strategy. Through Global Gateway and its Team Europe initiatives, we aim to address the world's most pressing challenges: the infrastructure gap, the digital divide, climate change, pandemic recovery, increasing inequalities, and preparation for future health crises. It is our principal means to help our partner countries to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It is just over a year since Global Gateway was announced. We have used that time to set a solid foundation for the strategy, identifying key actions and establishing governance structures. Now we must use 2023 to deliver progress on the ground. First, we have identified a wide range of Global Gateway flagship programs across the world.
Programma's in de wereld moeten worden uitgebouwd om te komen.
In digital and green transitions, transport, health, education, and other key sectors. We'll push ahead with all of these in partnership with Member States and European financing institutions, Team Europe, focusing and combining our efforts for greater impact. Geopolitically, we have used Global Gateway to boost the EU's profile with key regions of the world. We have seen the announcement of the EU investment packages at the summit 2022 and with the ASEAN in December. We have had important meetings with partners from the Indo-Pacific and on connectivity in Central Asia. We will develop another important investment agenda for the EU CELAC summit in July this year. Second, through the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, we are mobilizing additional funding, including private investors and businesses, acknowledging the private sector's crucial role in Global Gateway rollout. We have
no Global Gateway
strategy. The first meeting of the Global Gateway Board successfully took place on 11th of December under the chairmanship of President von der Leyen. We were pleased that members of the European Parliament were able to participate as observers, and we are grateful for their very useful contributions. There will be a dedicated business advisory group to allow exchanges with relevant European businesses. In parallel, we will continue to hold dialogues with civil society organizations. This will allow the board to give strong but realistic strategic guidance on our collective ambitions. Finally, I'm pleased that Global Gateway and Team Europe initiatives are already starting to improve the EU's and Member States' collective visibility and also their impact. Many EU delegations report increased cooperation with Member States' embassies on the ground. So, what next? For this year, it is clear that our focus has to be on implementation of the initiatives and flagships already identified. We and our partners want major transformational impact, and we want it quickly. Team Europe's focus will be on rapid delivery, and we look for the Parliament's support in this. Coupled with this will be a strong strategic communication effort to demonstrate the real value of Global Gateway to partner countries, businesses, multilateral partners, and of course to the public of Europe and across the world. And again, the European Parliament also has an important role in conveying this positive message. Thank you very much for your interest in this important issue. I'm looking forward to listen to your comments. Thank you very much.
Σας ευχαριστώ, κυρία Επίτροπε. Προχωράμε στον...
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. We can now take the speaker speaking on behalf
Tagad uzklausīsim
Party, Mr. Tobé, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, Global Gateway is important and much needed, but it's also very clear that we still have some important questions to ask about the rollout of the strategy. As I see it, the success of Global Gateway will depend on 3 things. Firstly, the European Union and its member states have to actually leverage the financing that has been promised. This cannot just be a rebranding or a marketing exercise. Our partner countries need these investments for their development needs. But at the same time, the European Union needs it so we can better position ourselves geopolitically in a very competitive world. Secondly, we have to ensure that the projects maximize the development impact in our partner countries. The Commission has many times highlighted the positive offer that is delivered also for the local communities, and I agree. But to deliver on this promise, our investments must focus on projects and areas of mutual interest and with real country ownership. In doing so, we will also position ourselves as a viable alternative to countries like China. Thirdly, we have to be able to effectively communicate Global Gateway. Again, not as a branding or marketing exercise, but in order to explain also to our partner countries and potential investors the real added value of this initiative. Since its launch, the Parliament has been a supporter of this ambitious initiative. However, now it's time to deliver. I would say that action now speaks louder than words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of the Socialists and Democrats is Udo Bullmann for 2 minutes.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, Global Gateway is a huge opportunity. It is our opportunity, the opportunity for the European Union to look at the global south and set the relations with them on a new basis, a basis of partnership, which will create the basis for a common future and organizing it together. But the political direction needs to be the right direction. We're talking about 300 billion, and for training, for education. What are the policies? The policies need to be correct, and partner countries need to. They are able to take their own way in towards a sustainable future with clean energy and a sound economy, and with perspectives for boys and girls who want to go to school, who want to learn things, so that they will be able to determine their own lives in their countries and have personal success. So we need to develop sustainability strategies, and we need to fight against the glaring inequalities and which are growing. And that is one of the reasons why our partner countries aren't able to get on a sound footing. And that's why we need these discussions. We need sound concepts. We need dialogue with the European Parliament. It's a legislative and budgetary authority, and we need the member states on board. And if we're to get private investments for this, but my message from the debate this morning is that
a minha mensagem é que não
constructive dialogue. There has to be constructive dialogue with the European Parliament.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew Europe, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues. More than a year has passed since its announcement, and no one is really sure what the real purpose.
Publicação ou comunicação e ninguém sabe.
To rival the Belt and Road. Is it a development cooperation initiative, as many insist it is, or is it simply an investment strategy for European business? Perhaps it's none of those things, perhaps it's all of those things. And methods when necessary, but to what end? At its most basic, a policy is a statement of intent. But instead of intentions, or indeed an overarching goal, Global Gateway has 5 key areas of partnership based on 6 principles outlined earlier. Other than the goal of mobilising €300 billion, there are no clear targets, no indicators. Global Gateway simply has no clear purpose. And in our efforts to be more geopolitical and competitive, I think we've lost sight of one of the most fundamental principles, the reason we have Article 208 of the Treaties on the Function of the European Union in the first place. I'm referring to the eradication of poverty, the very purpose of development cooperation, and indeed the first of the Sustainable Development Goals. I don't see this, the SDG 1 or Article 208, articulated anywhere in this project, which I believe is a tragic oversight. At best, it is a lost opportunity to give the Global Gateway a clear and strategic purpose, which would surely dovetail with other objectives, such as creating jobs, boosting education, connectivity and in creating investments. But Global Gateway has a potentially more sinister problem, which is summarised in one word, namely the lack of accountability. Ironically, given that democratic partnership is among the 6 principles of Global Gateway, there is no dedicated mechanism to scrutinise the implementation or indeed the articulation of project. Yes, there's a business advisory group, there's no CSO advisory group, quite ironically. My intention is not to criticise just for the sake of it. It is in the interest of all of us that Global Gateway is a success, so let's make this something we are proud to defend. Thank you.
Grazie ħafna.
Mr. Bütikofer for 2.5 minutes.
Vice President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, when President von der Leyen almost a year and a half ago announced the Global Gateway initiative, it was welcomed by this House because she proposed a plan to revive, to reorient and to enlarge in scope an initiative that had originally been promoted by her predecessor, Juncker, in the waning days of his own presidency. The principles of Global Gateway are good. Global Gateway is designed to combine 3 major thrusts: to invest into international infrastructure development, to promote the green and digital transformation, and to combine that with the geopolitical goals of the European Union. But a year and a half later, I'm sometimes tempted to say Global Gateway would be a good idea.
Sim, uma boa ideia.
Now time to deliver. And when DG INTPA, for instance, last year organized its traditional development days and put the label Global Gateway everywhere, but didn't change a thing on substance, that was not what we expect. That was old wine in new wineskins. Instead of creative geopolitical action, bureaucratic laziness. And when one commissioner says he has 84 lighthouse projects under the label of Global Gateway, he hasn't understood the idea, obviously. The world is waiting for us to put our money where our mouth has been. And Udo Bullmann is right that this is a great opportunity. But Mr. Tobé is also right when he says this
opportunità. Però
official way, and we have to develop a real partnership. But that
skutečná partnerství. To ale
Global Gateway as a kind of Christmas tree project. We have to have clear priorities, and we have to have the governance right. And what we're still missing is this. We're still missing the Business Advisory Council. We're still missing the civil society dialogue as a permanent exercise. We're still missing the Global Gateway Forum that was proposed in the strategy, and that should be organized this autumn. And we will also need, and I think Mrs. von der Leyen would be well advised to do that, the nomination of a high-level special envoy to represent Global Gateway for the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on behalf of ID is Mr. Campomenozzi, but he's not here. So that is why I'm giving the floor to Mr. Fidanza from the ECR for 2 minutes. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, for a while now, we've been seeing how the EU should be focusing on some areas of strategic interest that could provide added value for its citizens and member states, and should make sure that red tape and bureaucracy should be put to the side. Now, and I think it's been done even, albeit belatedly, with the Global Gateway Initiative. This is about digital connectivity, energy connectivity and mobility. Finally, we have something ambitious on the geopolitical stage, a specific proposal that will counteract the new Silk Road of China, and that will counteract the influence of China that has come closer and even within our borders. It's extremely important to counter such as the Belt and Road Initiative of China, which is so aggressive and includes more than 65 actions and covers more than half of the global population, 3/4 of energy sources, and 1/3 of the global GDP. We need clear intentions, quick implementation, the necessary financial resources, and efficient leverage. These common resources should lead to tangible results, i.e. to defend our strategic infrastructure, help our economies grow, make sure we have security of supply, and promote our interests around the world, promoting stability in crisis areas and conflict-ridden areas, and forming a new type of cooperation that offers development to third countries as long as they make specific commitments. We need to make sure that we prevent
Isto é importante também no contexto dos fluxos.
All the success with your work. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the list of speakers speaking on behalf of their political group. Mr. Kosha, non-attached, is next.
Az Európai Unió javaslata, hogy globális kaput.
The EU proposal to establish a global gateway is a major turning point in EU foreign relations, to my mind. From Hungary's point of view, it is particularly important that we open the door to the Western Balkans. It can strengthen cooperation in the energy sector through initiatives such as the Trans-Balkan Electricity Corridor, which connects the transmission systems of Serbia, Montenegro, and Bosnia-Herzegovina with Hungary, and through Hungary, the European Union. The initiative also covers the digital sector, transport, healthcare, and research and development. I would like to flag the importance of accessibility in this connection. If we're already investing in these sectors, then we should make sure that they are accessible to all, including people with disabilities. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Bom dia, colegas. Próxima intervenção, David McAllister, 2 minutos.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. McAllister for 2 minutes.
More than 1 year has passed since the Commission put forward the Global Gateway. Let me thank President Ursula von der Leyen for her leadership. In that 1 year, geopolitics have changed significantly, as many speakers have pointed out. It is now more important than ever to ensure that the European Union provides an instrument and an investment alternative to partner countries, including those receptive to Chinese and Russian influence.
Chinese en Russische beïnvloeding. The Global Gateway.
Sustainable solutions to address joint priorities together with our partners. This is good for their development, and it is also necessary to strengthen our own strategic sovereignty and competitiveness. Is an important geopolitical tool with large potential. But in order to make it effective, it is key to be geopolitically smart and strategic in our action and communication. The choice of projects should be driven by 2 guiding questions. First, where does our offer to countries entail both a qualitative high positive offer to the partner country, and second, when does it help prevent malign influence by authoritarian countries? I welcome the groundwork that has been done over the past year. As Team Europe, the EU institutions, the Member States, the EIB, the EBRD and the private sector need to come on board with their financing and with their expertise. The European Parliament should continue to stand ready to help making Global Gateway a success. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tem agora a palavra.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Carlos Sorinho. President, Commissioner, globalization is not yet over, but globalization is changing, and it is important that the European Union strengthens its leading role here. We need to build and strengthen alliances. We can galvanize 3 ammonti kbar to invest in the digital sector, healthcare and many other sectors. It is important that this investment is used wisely for diplomacy to promote economic sustainable development. Implementation needs to become more efficient, but we also need proper scrutiny. There are criteria that should apply to impact assessments. We need to look at social, economic dimension. We need to alleviate poverty, invest in the digital transition, the energy transition. As legislators, co-legislators, we also need more democracy. The European Union needs these initiatives. I welcome this debate. We need more such debates in future. We need different scrutiny mechanisms. We need better cooperation with the European Parliament committees. We need a different approach here, and we need to change the way we, as the European Union, behave in the world. We have a post-Cotonou way as one of many opportunities to promote the EU's economic policy, and we need to see a real sea change here. We need to respect shared values and help peoples to build on their own development. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Marie-Pierre Vedren, 1.5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la... Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. The EU and its member states are key players in relation to international development aid, and we work hand in glove with our partners, but we're being attacked. We have other rivals that are competing against us, and China has its hegemonic project of the New Silk Road. and it's attacking those countries it's saying that it's trying to help, and it's attacking the ambitions that we have and our partners have. And the whole point of the Global Gateway Initiative is about making sure that the values that we have and the values of our partners are at the heart of this. For quality infrastructure, we want to work for a safer, greener, and a better world, but for everyone. And the results are disappointing. We're talking about 300 billion euro. That's a lot of money, but they still fall short of what we need. We have to make sure that we have the necessary investment that lead to specific projects, such as bolstering the possibility to manufacture vaccines, optic fibers. A lot of progress has been made, but it's not enough, and it's not visible. Let us not stop halfway. Let us look at what we need, and let us really meet the necessary needs that we share with our partners.
Muito obrigado. Tenho agora a palavra.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Eric Marquardt for 2 minutes.
Ja, vielen Dank,
Yes, thank you very much, President. Commissioner, I think that we see from the debate that we are fairly unanimous of this. We feel that we haven't been that involved, but we really want to be involved to make sure that the project is successful. And I think we can see where the problem may be. If we look at the homepage, it says Global Gateway. It's all
geschreven, maar eigenlijk.
We're talking about up to 900 billion in education, IT, research, and we're respecting democracy, transparency, partnership between equals and clean. But it all sounds good. But which projects are they? And what happened is that there are nice titles there, nice words, but we haven't really talked about parliamentary control of this. Unfortunately, that isn't on the Commission's homepage. And that
sind das eigentlich am Ende wirklich vor allem schöne Projekte, die
these are fine words or fine projects? And this is an area where we as a Parliament have concerns, as does the development community. There are a lot of concerns. Are the objectives binding? And is there... are we looking at funding for specific purposes? What about financial interests? I don't think it's a question of having a conflict between these interests, but I think that we in the Parliament want to see how we can ensure that the money is used appropriately. And rather than it just going to where it's easiest to invest. And I think that really is important. If the initiative is to be successful, we need to work with the development community and with the partner countries together to make sure it's successful. And I think that some of that is missing at the moment.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Dominique Bilder for a minute and a half.
Monsieur le Président. Thank you, President. 300 billion euro of investment. The new EU programme Global Gateway claims to rival China, the main trade partner for Africa since 2009. But I think this is naive because it is...
Dėl to, kad nepakanka vien tik tai
59% dintre americani aveau
2020, 59% of Africans had positive influence of China.
Chinesa e 46% apenas.
That is rather disconcerting when you look at our financial and human investment in the continent. I'm thinking in particular of the French army in the Sahel. So we're being very naive when we look at public tendering in Senegal, co-funded by the European Investment Bank. Billions of euro, and yet who won the bid? A Chinese company. Unfortunately, we are the useful idiots for the rest of the world in this area. What about African debt? Held 21% by China. China seems to be pushing for debt easement here. I think that Europeans should stop working for the Russian, Prussian Empire or the Chinese Empire. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Mr. Brudzinski for 1 minute 30.
Panie Przewodniczący.
Voorzitter, dank u wel. Poland favorably assesses the efforts of the Commission concerning the whole strategy of Europe's connectivity, and the global gateway is a part of which. It's an element of not only developmental aid, but also a comprehensive offer in 5 key areas: digitalization, transport, energy and climate, health and education. This is a new approach which requires a lot of different competences, wider than just aid policy. It requires knowledge connected with planning, preparing and implementing the investment in infrastructure, as well as constant cooperation with the private sector. Here we have to also focus on cooperation with SMEs. Global Gateway can
Jest to zatem podstawowe narzędzie polityki zagranicznej
of the EU. So it's a key element of our foreign policy and a way to influence development in the world. Poland wants to point your attention especially to the priority which should be given to our closest neighborhood. So Eastern Partnership, Western Balkans, Central Asia, and our southern neighbors. These are key for our interests. Interest plans for these regions should be flagship projects within Global Gateway, especially when it comes to Eastern neighborship and Balkans. Here we can talk about 3C initiative.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Tom van den Kindelaar. Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. The operational priorities of the Global Gateway Initiative have been set for this year. The requisite budget is available, and now the institutional framework and management is up and running. Colleagues, let's be honest, it's taken quite some time to roll out the strategy, but now it is well on track. We welcome that. But we want the focus to remain on this strategy in word and deed. We do have the political backing that
l'appoggio politico.
Necessário sensibilizar e mobilizar.
Galvanise stakeholders. We need to maintain commitment amongst the European institutions and keep the member states and private sectors involved. This connectivity and investment strategy on the part of the European Union is ambitious and very important. And it has a real geopolitical dimension. Quite rightly, we want to be a strong player on the global stage. We need the right instrument to that end, and that is why we have to invest in this strategy. We want to ensure our strategic independence from third countries, but we also will become stronger by cooperating more and better with partners and allies. This paradox is quite interesting, and it shows us that the Global Gateway Initiative is vital for our common foreign policy, including the security dimensions thereof. I would explicitly call for this strategy to take into account the challenges that come from the systemic rivalry on the global stage in general, and in particular the Russian of Western Balkan states and our country. Thank you very much. Thank you. Margarida Marques, 2 minutes.
Muito obrigada, Presidente, Comissário.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. The Global Gateway Initiative opens up so many opportunities that the EU has to harness. It's an opportunity to transform development and to focus on investment in key areas for the future.
Inovação, expandir a excelência nos
make the green transition quicker, and so that we can also focus on education, transport in our partner countries, and not only in our partner countries, but also around the world. So we need to explore new ways of financing within the European Union. The EU and the private sector in the member states, if they work together, can offer new opportunities to fund policy priorities with a new European industrial policy that we've been talking about for so long. It's key for our strategic autonomy. It's an opportunity to strengthen the presence of European businesses in markets outside the EU. This will really help them grow globally, and it will be based on global alliances, will be galvanizing local partners in order to be able to be present in the markets to help citizens. It's an opportunity to create more trust and among our partners with more stable investment in the long run. This initiative is an opportunity in order to share social, political, and environmental priorities such as transparency, democracy, accountability, and labor rights. But we have rivals, China, the US, the UK, they're competing with us. We're not alone on the global stage, so we need to take more action if we want to deliver specific results.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Dragos Tudorache, 1 minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Commissioner Vălean. Dear colleagues, for far too long, we've been shy and at times naive about how we deployed our soft power as a union. We funded projects all over the world, deployed often more development aid than any other foreign donor, and yet achieved little visibility of our investment and not enough political clout. And while we were doing all that, Russia was pushing its narratives around the developing world, and China was buying true influence and leverage with the Belt and Road. So yes, it was high time to become pragmatic in our use of money and truly strategic in how and where we spend it. But the Global Gateway's success is in the way we implement it.
Μπορούμε πραγματικά να σημειώσουμε πολύ σημαντικές επιτυχίες.
Coherent to the new geopolitical realities, we must also do better in understanding the real needs of those that we put on this map, reading well the political context of each partner and the realistic space of negotiation and mutual benefit that can be achieved in the relationship. If a bridge is what the country needs, then let's build a bridge. If it is a railway, then let's build a railway. But at the same time, we must also be agile enough to avoid that we build a bridge where China is buying a strategic harbour. What this means is that the Global Gateway cannot be implemented as a business-as-usual instrument with bureaucratic spreadsheets and formula. It requires constant political analysis and guidance, clever use of the member states' historical knowledge and leverage in different countries and regions, and dynamic decision-making on where we spend and how we capitalise on investment. Without that, it will just be more of the same. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Pierrette Herzberg-Fofana.
Thank you, President. The Global Gateway strategy claims to be in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. However, the initiative would appear to mainly focus on exploiting energy resources such as hydrogen in developing countries with a view to exporting it towards the European Union. The EU has developed many projects in sub-Saharan Africa, but those projects do not focus on energy consumption in these countries. Over 500 million people, 75% of citizens on the African continent do not have access to electricity. The use of green hydrogen really does raise many questions amongst our partners. The Global Gateway investment should be an opportunity to make a positive difference to our relations with the continent. However, at an interparliamentary meeting of the Pan-African Parliament last month in Brussels, we had a meeting of the Development Committee, and myriad questions were raised. They remain outstanding. What exactly does the Global Gateway Initiative mean for our partners? How will this new strategy affect the resilience of these countries, developing countries, to deal with climate change? How can we strengthen our credibility when the information available is so vague? In the context of the post-Cotonou agreements and the EU Africa strategy, it is vital that this new strategy is compatible with the goals set by our partners. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Tom Berritzman for 2 minutes.
Dank u wel.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. With this initiative, China has been making countries dependent, and it's very, very difficult to protect in a world dominated by China, and that is the world we need to think about in the future and the world that we will be leaving our children. And so we need a European answer to that. And the Global Gateway plans that have been presented are presented as the European answer to the Silk Road Initiative. And the Commission says it wants to think strategically. It wants to in the area of raw materials, energy, digital developments, and how we can work together and how we can attract private investment. And it's to be an alternative based on European values. But, Commissioner, where we want to think strategically, European countries are still too naive about the Chinese influence in Europe itself. 2/3 of the container capacity in Rotterdam Harbour is in the hands of China. And so it's no longer a port to Europe, but rather a part of the Silk Road. And we've got electricity coming from Chinese solar panels, and we've seen Chinese scanners in our airports and in our ports. We've got Chinese cameras in our cities, Chinese electric buses in our regions, and equipment using Chinese taps. China is strengthening its position in China, and that we need to stop that. And so the real answer to the increasingly dominant side is
meer controle op onze eigen achterdeur. Dank u.
Control over our own world.
Obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is.
Danke, Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, President. At the last EU ACP JPA, we saw that we need to win back trust amongst these partner countries, as we didn't manage to sign the post-Cotonou agreement. A lot of these countries are increasingly falling under the influence of China and Russia. In particular, African countries are particularly dependent on fertilizer, on grain imports, and the Russian war of aggression has really led to a deterioration in that situation. The issue of food security is very important in terms of security, of stability, of respect for human rights, particularly in the sub-Saharan region. There is major issues with terrorism. For these ACP countries, a lot of their values are in line with ours. When it comes to the democratic and economic development of these countries, we need to work together with the EU. So the Global Gateway Initiative will help to make our policies more sustainable. The European Parliament needs to play a leading role here. Unfortunately, there's just not a big enough majority that is acting decisively here in this House. We have seen a green light being given for 40 programs in the Global Gateway Initiative, but what we need to ensure is that this really develops a sustainable perspective for these people. These programs are very important, but I think it's important that they ensure sustainability, democracy, rule of law, media freedom and education, amongst others. Gateway Initiative Board. I think this is a mistake and should be corrected as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Thank you. The next speaker is Stéphane Bijou for 1.5 minutes.
Monsieur le Président, Madame...
President, Commissioner, we say things boldly, face to face. In its international cooperation strategy today, Europe is a crucial crossroads. What must we do to make sure that Europe plays a true role on the world stage? Not just a fold-down seat, but firmly in place. We have to react to the Silk Road, which is poisoning trade in the world. China is pouring billions into strangling developing countries and grabbing resources. And the developing countries are succumbing to their siren song, while we in the European Union respect our partners with our cooperation instruments. The Global Gateway is a partnership initiative which is more than just a question of money. The 300 billion must bring in palpable projects for the green and digital decisions, for collective intelligence and local initiatives. The money's there, but what we need now is to speed up the building of projects. We need to get work done on the ground. We're too slow, so we absolutely have to step up our pace and go further. We're far from having made a success of the wager we've made. Alarm today, particularly about the Pacific region. Thank you. Thank you. Next, Viola von Kramon-Turbardell, 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, Frau Kommissarin.
President, Commissioner, colleagues.
Win-Situation für alle Beteiligten sei. Spätestens seit 2012 aber ist in China durch ein anderes Selbstverständnis und durch eine neue Verankerung in der Weltpolitik der Wunsch unübersehbar, ähnlich wie
China van het buitenlands beleid. En we weten
massiv zu importieren. Aufkommender Ressourcenhunger präsentiert in der neuen Seidenstraße und in der Rolle als
Now, China is an active geopolitical actor, and China is progressing on its route and is working on our immediate neighbourhood in the Western Balkans and Eastern Europe. And in many cases, these turn to be poisonous gifts. There's disinformation, there's cyber spying and industrial espionage. These are problems that many countries have to deal with now. And that's why the EU, with the Global Gateway Initiative, finally has an answer to the Chinese. It's late, but not too late. We need to do our best to protect infrastructure in the EU and in its immediate neighbourhood. We have to protect our interests. We need to ensure that the raw materials we need are sustainably and decently acquired.
Muito obrigado. Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Kelly for 2 minutes.
Utran, Commissioner, with the pandemic and now Putin's callous war in Ukraine and even Brexit, it's clear that the global environment is becoming increasingly fractured. Security challenges, building sustainable partnerships based on shared values is key for the EU's standing in the global environment. Yet, over the last decade, other global powers have developed vast networks of trade, transport hubs and energy routes, as well as digital infrastructure all over the world, extending their global influence like roots deepening in the soil. For this reason, I welcome the Commission's presentation of the Global Gateway Initiative. Through this initiative, the EU can work to strengthen our global partnerships on a platform of shared values and with the objective of promoting European priorities in digital, climate, transport and health policy. It is welcome that the Commission is now approaching its international partnerships with a strategic mindset. I particularly welcome the facts of the focus on supporting climate mitigation in low and middle income countries. I attended COP27 late last year, and the topic of climate mitigation and loss and damage was high on the agenda. The Commission's intention to invest in clean energy and green technology in developing countries can also provide us in the EU with the opportunity to diversify our energy supply chains and move away from fossil fuel imports. Another point I would like to emphasise is the promotion of connectivity with the ASEAN countries. As a member of the ASEAN delegation, I understand the potential EU-ASEAN partnerships provide. Asia is home to the world's largest populations and fastest growing economies. Deepening relations with this bloc will strengthen economic resilience, grow competitiveness and diversify our supply chains.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is René Repasi for 2 minutes.
President, Frau Kommissarin.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, this plenary week we saw on Monday the 30th anniversary of the single market. On Wednesday, we had a debate on the global competitiveness of the EU, our response to the American Inflation Reduction Act, and today we are talking about the Global Gateway Initiative. So what is the guiding thread through all of this? The single market is a political project built on freedom. It is about dismantling barriers between countries and markets. Our global competitiveness, our reaction to the American Inflation Reduction Act, isn't about renationalization of industrialization of national economies or about the survival of the fittest in our single market. The Global Gateway Initiative is an understanding of European economic policy in relation to cooperation and shared values. Only in this way will the Global Gateway Initiative fully reach its potential as a counterpart to the Silk Road Initiative. What this means is about investment criticism.
Maar we mogen ons daardoor niet afhangen.
But not about falling into debt. In the EU delegation to China, we have recently seen how China is investing into our communities. We need to be careful about this, even if we want to try and be competitive with China. Investments need to be sustainable. We don't want to see partnership agreements that are negative to us. We want to be competitiveness. We want to support those who are independent and share our values. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bart Groothuis for 1.5 minutes.
President, dear Commissioner, as much as anyone might criticize EU's global gateway, the strategy and the concept is just brilliant. I mean, sustainable, trusted connections that bring free trade and prosperity to all. Delivering all of that to the benefit of EU's geopolitical goals. Well done. And sure, there has been heavy criticism from the European Court of Auditors, which has to be taken extremely seriously. And Parliament will continue to do so and scrutinise the plans from the Commission. But all of that, all of the criticism, all of the cynicism also today will immediately dissolve, Commissioner, when the EU delivers, when the EU will become world champion in execution. It's not about more strategy. It's not about new wine in new wine. Is the strategy. Show procreative power, show executive power and deliver projects and show us in practice how rare earth material strategy is hand in hand executed with the development goals. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Martin Gallet. 1 minute.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender, liebe
Thank you, President, colleagues, Madam Commissioner. Now, we're heading into a climate crisis, and that is largely caused by us. It's becoming very evident and around the world the effects are coming home. So that's why, in the Global South, we should provide end up falling into the same fossil fuel dependency that we have ended up in. So that is a huge opportunity through the Global Gateway to try and achieve these aims. We have to guarantee, though, that this money doesn't end up contributing to human rights abuses in the Global South. Infrastructure projects, unfortunately, have a tendency to lead to human rights abuses. So are there complaints mechanisms? Is there compensation payments that are earmarked in this funding? I haven't really had an answer to that yet. So if we are trying to promote industrialization, and rather than simply making these countries into raw materials providers, we need to work closely together with civil society. For example, if we're going to produce battery production in Uganda, maybe that would be an interesting idea.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jiří Pospíšil for 2 minutes.
Děkuji pěkně, pane předsedající. Dovolte, abych také učinil několik poznámek k tomuto mimořádně důležitému tématu.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say a few words on this very interesting topic. The Global Gateway project is extremely important, not just because we want to improve our solidarity with other countries. It has a lot of geopolitical importance as well. If we want to be a global payer in the future, we need such projects. That is the reality. We are in competition with China. That has been referenced a number of times this morning. For around a decade now, China has been investing in a lot of regions around the world, and that has political importance too. So we need to be a stronger global player as well. We need to make intelligent investments around the world. It is important to know why we're investing and what we're investing in. Our investments should not lead to our partners becoming dependent on us. We want to strengthen independence. We want to build partnerships. And that is the difference with China and with other authoritarian regimes. That is the difference between the EU programs and the Chinese programs. We need to do more. In the last year, there hasn't been much development of this program. I think we look like a bit of a joke to the Chinese.
Abychom nabídli nesložité.
As much as possible to make this project a tangible reality and not to lead to bureaucratic overburdening. We want this money to be invested as quickly as possible. We're talking about a significant sum of money, but really, when we look at this from a global perspective, it's not so much money. Just for Africa, you'd need 150 billion a year. So I hope we can move further.
Extremamente importante. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado. Próxima intervenção.
Thank you. The next speaker is Colleen J for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. If there is one word to describe the moment we live in, I would go with polycrisis. Because we need to fight simultaneous challenges like climate change, the pandemic, the war, or the democratic backsliding. And what these crises have in common is that they require investment to reduce emissions, to build resilience for pandemics, to create access to education, not only in Europe, but globally. And although China started its global investment drive long before we did, it also draws criticism, and for a reason. Problems of corruption, disregard for human rights, and the environment are just obviously glaring. And the Global Gateway Initiative has been, I believe, a strong response to this polycrisis, and also a clear alternative. And 1 year after its launch, we can say that our spending has become more coherent and more strategic. Yes, there is space for improvement, and its volume needs to be increased drastically. The EU jargon of unlocking and leveraging funds, for me, very often only refers to repackaging existing money.
Conseguir investimentos. Para mim, muitas vezes isto
gap where lower income countries fall behind. It is Europe's own interest to counter that and offer support to be there. So this is our job now. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Max Orville for 1.5 minutes. Thank you, President and Commissioner. The Global Gateway Initiative is a crucial piece of progress for spreading the message of the European Union with an announced 300 billion investment in education, health, access to water, the digital transition. That is what we need to strengthen our links with our partners. However, Commissioner, it's taking a lot of time to put this into practice. Since 2021, wonderful hopes, this promise of harmonious development and reduction of poverty. Words are not enough. We need deeds. The drought, climate change, cyclones are becoming too frequent to get the money flowing. We need to release funds for education and student and teacher mobility. That's just as crucial as it is urgent. Now, admittedly, some funds were released at the last EU-Africa summit last year, but after the expression of final intentions, we need to get down to brass tacks with regular calls for tender, with deadlines that can be checked, and some real completion of projects. Commissioner, I'm formally asking you, and putting a lot of hope in this, to commit these funds so that the voice of the European Union will be heard and
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karin Karlsbro for 1.5 minutes.
Herr talman.
President, Commissioner, Europe is a strong player in the world, but there are clouds of concern on the horizon. Democratic values which the EU stands up for are
defendidos pela União Europeia estão ameaçados.
Multilateral cooperation requires cooperation with common rules, and that is in crisis, particularly since Russia invaded Ukraine. Jobs,
l'Ucraina,
and aggressive China, a China that is currently threatening its neighbor Taiwan in military terms. In this situation, it's only correct that the EU should create partnerships in the south of the world, where there are countries that urgently need foreign investment to develop and to carry out a green transition. If they don't get this money, they will turn to China. China, the dictatorship. China's expansive policies is being pursued with strategic consciousness and precision. We can see that their intentions are not good, and we need to respond before it's too late. That's why we need agreements on trade, investment, climate, research, and digitalization. That's why it's also important that we do this. It's good for Europe, but it's also good for our partners all around the world. Thank you very much.
It looks like there's a blue card for this intervention. I wonder if Madam Karin Karlsbro, you have a blue card. So I wonder if you want to answer the blue card. Yeah, so it's a blue card. So it's from Mr. Bogdan Krzonka. Yes, so you can ask the question for 30 seconds, please.
My speech will be on Polish language. Please take a chance, madam.
So let's wait for the translation.
Tak bardzo dziękuję, że pani zgodziła.
Thank you for taking the question in the first place. You're coming from Sweden. You're representing Sweden here in the European Parliament. We are now having the Swedish presidency of the European Union. And yesterday, practically during a debate on the common market, we saw people moaning and crying because Americans are doing bad things. Today we're hearing the Chinese are bad for us and devastating the economy. So what do you think? What can be done by the Swedish presidency? Wouldn't it be better to find an agreement with the Americans and with the Chinese and try and work together? What can the Swedish presidency do on that? Thank you.
Fazer neste sentido.
You can answer, yes, please.
Europa.
Europe is a strong player in the world. It is the strongest force for democracy and human rights there is, and our strength is built upon openness, cooperation, trade, and the fact that we want to cooperate with all countries around the world. But nevertheless, that doesn't mean that we should be silent, that we should close our eyes and accept dictatorships that breach human rights and threaten their neighbouring countries. The partnership that we have with other democracies around the world, that is our strength, that is what we have to develop. But we can't simply ignore China. We can't simply ignore countries that continue to be dictatorships and to be countries that are moving in entirely the wrong direction. So that is the strategy we're talking about today. That's what we have to handle and respond to. But what is very important in the Swedish presidency, and this is what you'll have heard from the Swedish presidency, and the rule of law within the EU, because when we are strong internally, inside Europe, then we can be a strong player in the wider world. Thank you.
Também, muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. We come now to the three requests for the floor. And
die zich gemeld hebben. En ik...
starting with Mick Wallace, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. This geostrategic investment initiative in development ironically misses the mark of the development mandate in many ways, in terms of sustainability goals, human rights and more. It is neoliberal in the sense that it is based on the assumption that it will mobilise or leverage resources from private investors who are effectively the dominant stakeholders. Effectively tackling poverty and having a positive impact on development of recipient countries is not a likely outcome with this one-sided risk-managed approach. International development is not a product of commercial competition. EU foreign policy shouldn't be rooted in a geopolitical competition and bid for influence over Africa with China. Your obsession with China borders on lunacy.
China.
A neoliberal interest served by the Global Gateway Initiative.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Miriam Lexman, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Colleagues, from Africa to the Western Balkans, we see the costs and corrosive impact of Chinese investments. They undermine securities, countries' finances, human rights, and the rule of law. I welcome the recent OFSD Plus opinion to release over €6 billion to support 40 investment programmes. Yet, this is nowhere near sufficient. Between 2014 and 2018, the PRC gave out more than $400 billion in foreign loans alone. Colleagues, the democratic world is facing serious security threats from this totalitarian regime, and we need to act accordingly. First, we must move faster to deliver the necessary investments and ensure that our deeds are matched with efficient strategic communication. Second, we must intensify our coordination with democratic allies, including the US, which is a response to the debate before. To conclude, generating sufficient investment for infrastructure programmes is as much a question of defending our values as well as strengthening our interests and security globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Barry Andrews. You've got the floor.
Andrew.
Thank you very much, President, for letting me come in. I just want to make one point. Many of the speakers this morning have characterised this initiative as a foreign policy instrument, but it is based on the use of funds that are intended for development policy. And I think that's the big misunderstanding here. This is based on EFSD Plus and the use of NDICI Global Europe funding, over which there are very clear regulatory controls, supervisory controls and oversight by the European Parliament. It has characteristics of a foreign policy instrument, but it is funded from development policy, and we have to be very careful to make sure that it continues to pursue the objectives of development policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Clark Daly, the last speaker. 1 minute.
Sorry, you said 3 and I was panicking because you had 3 and then I wasn't on the list. Thanks, President. The Global Gateway is, we're told, Europe's new flagship strategy to support infrastructures around the world and improve connectivity. But of course, as colleagues have so eloquently revealed, it is actually to woo away African and global South countries from so-called Chinese and Russian influence. Not because we're the good guys and they need us, but because the Chinese are getting more value and economic benefit out of it than we are. So we want our slice of the action, and frankly it's pathetic. As a rival to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, it's a joke. 300 billion in investments, basically rounded up by some private sector crowdfunding. The European Court of Auditors have slated it. A Eurodat report has said it's totally reliant on the private sector, total lack of transparency, not open to any scrutiny here because it's not rooted in legislation. We should be guided on international cooperation to deal with poverty reduction, fighting inequality and climate change rather than this geopolitical nonsense.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Commissioner.
Vamos ouvir a senhora Comissária.
You've got the floor.
Thank you, President. Dear members, this was a very interesting debate. It was
Interessante Aussprache.
The points you made. I think it is also a very useful discussion. Of course, I will take your comments and convey them to Commissioner Urpilainen, and it's her file. But nevertheless, I want to comment on some of the things which were said here. I understood that many of you are worried about the ability of the project to deliver on the SDGs, and especially on eradication of poverty. But indeed, I think if global gateways will build infrastructure, which is essential for development of economics, if it will create jobs.
Ekonomikas attīstībai tas radīs darba vietas.
If we look, for example, at many projects which are aimed at building up sustainable agriculture, food chains, like the one on agricultural value chains in Africa, I think all these are proof on the fact that Global Gateway supports all the SDGs, and this is its main focus. Then many have raised
utvecklingsmålen.
The Global Gateway is launched in 21. Of course, results take time, but flagships for 2023, I think you will find that will show significant progress. The Commission proposal for flagship projects for 2023 will be sent to the Council in following days and then will arrive to you in the European Parliament. And this brings us to the political steer of projects, because once these projects are going to be sent to Council and the Parliament, then you will be able to contribute with your knowledge and to steer the Commission proposal for flagships for 2023. And this is going to happen rather soon. Then I want also to highlight some of, to emphasize some of the points that were made. I need to underline that it's the need for stronger cooperation and collaboration between all relevant European actors. It's absolutely essential. Since 2020, when the COVID crisis first catalyzed a steep change in the Team Europe approach, we have made good progress in bringing core European players together for greater synergy and impact, and the European Parliament is an important part of that, and we dialogue. And we need to continue.
Dialog, som det også blev nævnt tidligere. Vi skal fortsætte det.
Business Advisory Group is being established as we speak. Civil society dialogue is ongoing through the Policy Forum for Development.
Zivilgesellschaft erfolgt eben.
Days focused on global gateways, and we intend to organize a similar event in 2023. Second, we must continue to reach out, listen to, and engage with the private sector, as they are key engine for Global Gateway's ultimate success. It was asked here, and we discussed about leveraging the funds, or else we won't have enough for all the needs and the impact we intend to have. Third, we need to continue to communicate the message tirelessly to our partner countries that Global Gateway offers high-quality, sustainable investment that will support their own plans and objectives for recovery and sustainable growth following the crisis of recent years. So we look forward to work together with the European Parliament on all these issues in order to for the Global Gateway to deliver a positive change across the world. So, dear President, dear members, thank you once again for your interest and cooperation on this very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Dziękuję bardzo.
by the Commission, this debate is now closed. I'm sorry to say to those young people in the gallery that have just arrived that the session is now suspended. We will come back at 12 o'clock for the votes. Thank you. So the session is now suspended.
Präsidentin!
Dankeschön.
Sehr geehrte Abgeordnete,
Members, please take your seats for this vote on Thursday.
ich ersuche Sie alle zügig auf Ihre Plätze.
Please, could you all sit down as quickly as possible? This is a particular day, a particularly difficult day for travel, and I'm sure everyone wants to leave as soon as they can to get whatever form of transport they can. So we come to the votes. The session is reopened. We begin the votes with the humanitarian consequences of the blockade in Nagorno-Karabakh. So we have Amendment 5 for, against, abstentions. That is rejected. Who is against, abstentions? That's rejected. Amendment 4 in favour, against, abstentions. We will check that. Vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist nun geschlossen.
The vote is now closed. That is rejected.
1, wer ist dafür?
Amendment 1. For, against, abstentions, rejected. Amendment 3. A vote is open. Vote is closed. That is rejected.
Als Ganzes, wer ist dafür? Wer ist dagegen? Enthaltungen? Angenommen. Der nächste Bericht, die Erstürmung der demokratischen Institutionen Brasiliens, Änderungsantrag 2. Wer ist dafür? Wer ist dagegen? Enthaltungen? Abgelehnt. Änderungsantrag 5 in namentlicher Abstimmung. Die Abstimmung ist eröffnet.
Vote is open.
Ich bekomme gerade die Information, dass es Probleme gibt mit der Verdolmetschung. Sie ist wiederhergestellt und damit ist...
Okay, the interpretation is there. The vote is closed now. That is rejected.
Antrag 6 ebenfalls.
Amendment 6. The vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
Vote is closed. That is rejected.
Wer ist dafür? Dagegen?
Amendment 1 in favour. Against? Abstentions? That is rejected. Amendment 3 in favour. Sorry, the vote is open for Amendment 3.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
The vote is closed. That is rejected. Amendment 4, again a roll call vote. Vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
Vote is closed. That is rejected. Then we have a roll call vote on the the resolution as a whole. The vote is open. The vote is closed. That is adopted. Next, we have a vote on the situation of journalists in Morocco, notably the case of Omar Radi. Amendments 1 and 2, roll call vote. Vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
Vote is closed. That is adopted. So Amendment 2 falls. We come on to 3 in 2 parts with roll call vote. First part, vote is open. Vote is closed. That is adopted. Second part, vote is open. Vote is closed. That is rejected. So we come on to paragraph 4, original text in 2 parts. First part, who is in favour? Who is against? Abstentions?
Adopté. Deuxième partie pour.
Who is against? Abstentions? That is adopted. Amendment 4, who's in favour? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Vote on the resolution as a whole. Vote is open. Vote is closed. That is adopted. And now we come to the establishment of a tribunal on the crimes of aggression against the Ukraine. We begin with Amendment 6. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstentions? That's rejected. Paragraph 3, original text, 2 parts. First part, roll call vote. Vote is open. That is adopted. Second part, again, roll call vote. Vote is open. And vote is closed. Also adopted. Amendment 1 in favour. Against. Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 7 in favour. Against. Abstentions? Rejected. So then we come to the original text. Who's in favour? Against. Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 2 in favour. Against. Abstentions? Rejected. So we come to paragraph 15, original text, 2 parts. Part 1, who's in favour? Against. Abstentions? Adopted. Part 2 in favour. Against. Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 8 in favour. Against. Abstentions? Adopted. 3 in favour. Against. Abstentions? Adopted. 4 in favour. Against. Abstentions? We will check that. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. Amendment 5 in favour. Against. Abstentions? Adopted. Vote as resolution as a whole. Roll call vote. Vote is open. And vote is closed. That is adopted. So we come on to the next vote, EU response to protests and executions in Iran. Amendment 1, roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. That's rejected. Amendment 2, roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. That is rejected. Amendment 3. Roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4. Roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote is closed. That is rejected. Then we come to the vote on the resolution as a whole by show of hands. In favour? Against? Abstentions? That is adopted. Then we come to the vote on Angelika Winzig's report, Control of Financial Activities of the European Investment Bank, Annual Report 2021. Amendment 1 in favour. Against? Abstentions? We will need to check them. So vote is open. Vote is closed. That's adopted. Amendment 2 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Again, we need to check that. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Adopted. 3 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 4 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 10 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 11 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. 9 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Rejected. 5 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. 6 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Adopted. 7 in favour. Against? Abstentions? Let's check that. Vote is open. Vote is closed. Rejected. 8 in 2 parts. First part in favour. Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Part 2 in favour. Against? Abstentions? I think it's adopted, but I would like to check. I think we have a slightly different majority today based on who's present, so vote is open. Vote is closed. That is adopted. So the original text amendment falls, so then we come on to amendment 12. Who's in favour? Who's against? Abstentions? That is adopted. Vote on the resolution as a whole. Roll call vote. Vote is open. The vote is closed. That is adopted.
The next report is Mrs. Pignelli's report on the protection of the EU's financial interests, combating fraud, annual report 2021. Amendment number 8 in favour, against, abstentions, adopted. Amendment 2 in favour, against. I don't see the hands. Now let's have a roll call vote. Let's check that. So the vote is open. Amendment 2 is being voted on now. Vote now closed. Adopted, large majority. So please stick your hands up high in the air. It's a bit tough for me today. Okay. Amendment 5 in favour. Against. Abstentions. I've got to check that one too. The vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
Vote closed. Adopted. Large majority. That brings us to paragraph 24. Roll call vote. The vote is open. Vote closed. Adopted. Amendment 6 in favour. Against. Abstentions. Adopted. 9 in two parts. First part in favour. Against. Abstentions. Adopted. Second part in favour. Against. Abstentions. Adopted. That brings us to the original text on paragraph 27. Roll call vote. The vote is open. Bless you. So, vote's closed. Adopted. Amendment 13 in favour.
Hvem er imod? Undlader.
Rejected. 14 in favour. Against. Abstentions. Rejected. Amendment 11 in favour. Against. Abstentions. Adopted. Paragraph 63 in original text in favour. Against. Abstentions. Adopted. Paragraph 94. Oh, we're going to have a check of the last one. 63 original text. We're going to check that. Vote open. Vote closed. Rejected. Paragraph 94. Original text. Roll call vote. The vote's open. Vote closed. Adopted. Paragraph 95. Roll call vote. The vote is open. Closed. Adopted. Paragraph 96. Original text. Roll call vote. Vote is open. Vote closed. Adopted. Paragraph 108, original text. In favour? Against? I can't see it clearly enough, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to check that one. So, vote open. Vote closed. It's adopted. Amendment 12, in favour? Against? Abstentions adopted. Amendment 3 in favour? Against? Abstentions adopted. Amendment 7 in favour? Against? Abstentions adopted. Amendment 1 in favour? Against? Abstentions adopted. So the vote on the resolution as a whole, it's a roll call vote. The vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
Vote closed. Adopted. So the next vote is João Pimenta Lopes's report on small-scale fisheries situation in the EU and future perspectives. Amendment 1 is a roll call vote. The vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
Vote closed. Rejected. Amendment 2D in favour. Against. Abstentions. Rejected. Amendment 3, roll call vote. The vote is open. Vote closed. Rejected. Amendment 4 in favour. Against. Abstentions. Rejected. Amendment 5 in favour. Against. Abstentions. Rejected. So the resolution as a whole, it's a roll call vote. The vote is open.
Die Abstimmung ist geschlossen.
Vote is closed. Please leave your cards in. It's adopted. So I'd like to wish all of you a very safe and brief return home. And that brings us to the final words. There were no objections to the 3-month extension of the special committee on the committee on COVID-19. And same applies to the subcommittee on foreign interference in democratic processes in the Parliament. The same applies also to the Pegasus Committee. So these extensions of the subcommittee's terms by 3 months is adopted. So the session is suspended and will resume on the subject of sustainable investment funds.
prévenez vos députés que à partir de 47 ans, donc ça veut dire que dans ce cas-là, je prends la question.
Pani předsedající.
Adopted are available. Are there any comments? If not, the minutes are approved. And we moved immediately to the item on our agenda, oral question, investment practices of sustainable investment. And I would like to give the floor to the author, Mr. Tank. The floor is yours.
Tank, prosimy.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues that have found a way to transport to home without the buses leaving this early this afternoon. It's good that you're here to address the issue, among others, of greenwashing. If you buy a television and get a microwave, you would be upset. I would be upset. But you have a whole range of options to take on a fraudulent salesman. But if I invest in green, but I get brown, I have no leg to stand on. The research by the major European news outlets show that Europeans are being sold microwaves as televisions on a large scale. 50% of the greenest funds in Europe actually invest in brown. And the Commission, they are sitting on their hands, not literally, but the investigation showed very clearly breaches of law. They showed green funds investing in coal companies or in chemical companies operating in China, likely with forced labor. This is simply not green, and selling them as such runs counter to the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations, and these funds should be punished. But the investigation also shows uncertainty. Funds are trying to do good, but facing fake legal standards and unclear social expectations. What about a fossil fuel company that has serious plans to turn around its business, or a green bond that only partly finances green investments? Being green is not necessarily black and white, so here the Commission must step in. And the Commission has always stepped in previous years. I remember when the Commission launched the Sustainable Finance Action Plan in 2018, they were entering uncharted territories. The Commission went where no regulator went before. To end short-termism in the financial markets, that is a daunting task, but the Commission took it on, and they took it on with verve, creating a disclosure regime for asset managers, building a common taxonomy to define green, creating green benchmarks. And after these corporate disclosures, green bonds, due diligence, it's on the table. And I commend the Commission for this ambition. But that ambition was then, and I'm worried now. Because it seems, despite all the talk about Europe's resilience, the Commission itself has surprisingly little of it. If you're the first at something, it's normal that things don't go as planned, that there be unintended consequences, growing pains. And people will complain. Yes, they will. But every complaint is an encouragement in disguise to do something new, to take the next step. So take any feedback arising from the revelations of greenwashing, not as a setback, but as an invitation, an encouragement to move forward. Because by letting national supervisors fill the gap in the sustainable finance framework, barriers are being constructed in Europe. And when it comes to setting standards for deep green Article 9 funds, that means what's green in France is now green in Germany. What we see is a capital market with green fragmentation. And the Parliament is taking all action it can already. We are serious about greenwashing, and we show it. We want ESMA to develop rules for misleading fund names to ensure green funds are actually green. We want transparency for the entire green bond market so that the green bond regulation actually does what it's set out to do, fight greenwashing. But in Europe, we are a team. The Parliament cannot score without the Commission's assist. So I want a stronger determination to fight greenwashing from Berlaymont. And in the disclosure regulation, minimum standards for Article 9 funds are essential, as the revelations we are discussing today show. And in the green bond market, it is important to regulate the worst performers to address greenwashing, not just to create a new gold standard for the best in class. And for the taxonomy regulation, it must be extended from climate to environment and social. And last but not least, the taxonomy must have a renewed focus on transition, because it's one thing to being green.
Cosa es ser verdes.
And most of the activities in Europe are still not green. Most of the corporates are still not green, so we need to finance the transition to become green. Can use the taxonomy for that. And with all these measures, we can build a common European language for all parts of sustainability and meet the expectations we once set ourselves to end short-termism and to give the financial sector a renewed license to operate. In short, Commission and dear colleagues, what we see here, we have different ways to fight greenwashing. The tools to address greenwashing are already on the table. We know what we have to do, or that what we could do. The question is only when, and this is the question to the Commission. When will you step to the plate and end the practice of greenwashing that we see now and that has been revealed by the major European news outlets? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tank. And now I would invite Commissioner Vălean to take the floor. The floor is yours, please.
Honourable members, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Tank, for the question on the functioning of the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. Several European media outlets have recently reported about investments in fossil fuel or aviation activities by funds that categorize themselves as sustainable under the SFDR, therefore triggering doubts on the appropriateness of that to fight greenwashing. The SFDR started to apply in March 2021. Additional implementing measures have just come into effect on the 1st of January this year. The SFDR was intended purely as a disclosure regime. The Commission considered structure the way financial intermediaries communicate about the ESG structure or sell. However, we are aware that the financial services industry is using it as a labeling scheme instead of as a framework for disclosures. On question 1, on continuing greenwashing in financial markets, one of the main objectives is to prevent greenwashing by promoting maximum transparency in financial markets. Transparency means that it is incumbent on each financial intermediary to conduct its own assessment and as there are no minimum thresholds, financial intermediaries can disclose under whichever article they consider best fits their product. This is a critical aspect for supervisors. Several market supervisors have listed SFDR as one of their top priorities for 2023. Furthermore, we expect that the implementing measures that came into effect on 1st of January will significantly increase industry's autocorrection and help facilitate supervision. These new implementing measures specify the exact content, methodology, and presentation of the information to be disclosed by product manufacturers and distributors. As a result, it will become increasingly difficult for financial intermediaries.
Coraz trudniej pośrednikom na rynkach finansowych
harmful activities. On question 2, on the need for further regulatory action. We need to take stock of how the SFDR is working 2 years after it came into force. The implementing measures alone won't fix all the issues by the market. That is why Commissioner McGuinness announced at the last Econ Envy Joint Committee in December to launch a comprehensive assessment of the implementation of the SFD.
Täytäntöönpanosta asetuksen kohdalla tänä vuonna.
Accepting the current use by the market of the SFDR as a labeling mechanism, this would require more precise definitions to ensure that the boundary scope of the light green, Article 8, and the dark green, Article 9, categories is clear, or keeping the SFDR focused only on disclosure with uniform requirements for all sustainable financial products, and adding a voluntary labeling regime in parallel to allow for the categorization of sustainable financial products. There will be stakeholders' consultation throughout this entire process, and the Parliament will, of course, be consulted. On the third question, on the minimum criteria for Articles 8 and 9, the introduction of minimum criteria for the so-called light green and dark green funds is one of the options that we would aim to assess. It should be noted, however, that setting up such minimum criteria involves opening and launching negotiations on the main text of the regulation. The current rules do not foresee such a mechanism. So, this being said, I want to thank you for this question and possibility of this debate on behalf of my colleague, Commissioner McGuinness, and I'm looking forward for the comments of other honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Now I would like to give the floor on behalf of the group of the European People's Party to colleague Mr. Kelly. The floor is yours.
Commissioner Valian.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chair and all colleagues. This kind of investment is no new idea rather than focusing just on profit alone. Il s'agit uniquement de se concentrer sur the concept of investment itself. In these days, we need to be pay attention to the different regulations and the social conditions of our workers.
Und auch die
the management of investment has changed, and since then, a new research has showed that there are gaps in this. Not many differences between those responsible now as they did beforehand. And we need to ensure that the right thing is being done. It was disappointing to see the results of these research that were released by international media outlets in November 2022. In this research, it shows that 50% of this funding is being spent on fossil fuels,
Luftfahrt,
also in polluting activities. And there is also a link being made with child labour. These funds should adhere to Article 9 of the Sustainable Financial Management. And it is clear that there are gaps in these directives. To ensure that we meet our objectives under sustainable development, we need to implement measures that ensure that what is meant by sustainable investment is clear. What is green investment and what's not? There can't be any grey area going forward. Any investment that is made on a sustainable basis must be sustainable, and this needs to be transparent. In terms of this kind of greenwashing causes harm to our society, and it also is a disrespect to those trying to adhere to the rules. I ask the Commission in this context to address this issue quickly and without delay, and to ensure that everything is honest and above board. And I would like to commend my colleague for raising this question with the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Now, on behalf of the Renew Europe Group, colleague Mr. Flego, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Dear Commissioner, investment funds invest their money in projects that are interesting to them to reap some rewards, or rather profit, and that's legitimate. But this doesn't mean that these investments are always in line with societal objectives, which are sustainability and the achievement of common goals. We need to look at the wider picture and encourage those investments and those activities which are advocated by the public sector, and also we have to preserve the social rights of citizens. Dear colleagues, several times we have discussed various aspects of the war in Ukraine, but Europe is more united than ever, and this is a result of this war. And there is another good consequence of that, which in the next 5 years will become more visible. Varmasti. Of the European Union, of course, in a sustainable and
les objectifs qui nous sont chers.
That we need to strengthen production and agriculture in Europe to depend less and less on various regimes, leaders or monopolies. In the future, an important role in that will be played by capital and funds. Bearing that in mind, we need to work on regulatory measures to enable also funds, in addition to the public sector, to invest in projects that will restore European economy's leadership based on the green and the digital transition. Unfortunately, profit has a short-sighted logic, and unsustainable practices achieve more profit than those that are sustainable. But we need to look at the effects of the investment in the environment and into society at large, not only in the short but also in the long term.
Središnje I istočne Europe gdje ulaganje
rings more true for Eastern Europe because investing in projects combating climate change are still lacking there. So, knowing that new economic activities in Europe are still a large source of emissions, we must be aware that without large investment in the energy and in the economy, Europe will not be able to achieve the Green Deal objectives, which would be unforgivable. So, Madam Commissioner, I would like to say that sustainability is ahead of short-term profits, and this has to be regulated very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker on behalf of the Identity and Democracy Group, Mr. Kuss. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, honourable members. Today, we're here to talk about the practices of sustainable investment funds. Allow me to make one preliminary remark and talk about sustainable investment in general. The most sustainable form of investment is investment in families, our families and Christian values. Unfortunately, the European Union no longer invests in its people and values. In the past, countries worked together on an equal footing. Now we have a political union in which wealthier countries decide for the poorer and pay for the poor around the world. We see that in the war in Ukraine. It is being misused to justify payments to Ukraine. Same for COVID. It led to a type of health union, and countries dealing with an emergency could no longer decide for themselves what was best. Likewise for the Recovery Fund. The huge amounts of money involved. No one can imagine how we can afford all this. So we're moving in the wrong direction, and we're seeing high inflation, facing the threat of poverty, and we're seeing people in despair, suicides even. So we need to invest in our people, in our economies, our market economies, to ensure true sustainability. But no, that is not the case. The European Union would prefer to invest in the Green Deal and other such programmes that damage our economies and drive hard-working people to despair because they can no longer make ends meet. And what about our economies, our cultures? They are at the mercy of the green culture. We're facing terrorism, violence, we're seeing anti-Semitism, persecution of Christians. What about our Christian heritage, Christmas, St. Martin's Day? All this has been discriminated against. It is high time that we recognise true values and make the right changes, take a step towards a better future, put an end to the Green Deal nonsense, woke ideology, gender identity and mass immigration. Honourable members, we need to start to decide on our own lives, our own future, our own families, our own culture. That's what we need to invest in. That would be a truly proper, sustainable form of investment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I have 3 speakers on my list, on the HDI list. So I will start with colleague Mr. Negrescu. The floor is yours.
Dragi colegi, avem nevoie de un cadru de reglementare european care să asigure.
Dear colleagues, we need a European regulatory framework that would allow for the sustainable development of the Union. We have clear targets for the Green Deal, but that's not enough. We need to make sure that those targets are really sustainable, especially with regard to the raw materials used and to the situation of the employees, so that we can better fight competition from other non-EU member states. But for sustainability, we need more responsibility from the private businesses, and we also need a sustainable fiscal regime. Companies that made huge profits during the crisis, such as the energy companies, must show solidarity, including by paying adequate taxes, as it was recently proposed during the Davos Forum, thus offering supplemental resources to member states in order to make sustainable investments. We need uniform practices so that all states should benefit from these opportunities and from the European regulation framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, colleague Mr. Wallace. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, President. Yet again, we're seeing more rampant greenwashing. Sustainable financial disclosure regulation is clearly flawed, as more than half of the dark green under Article 9 have levels of investment in the fossil fuel industry and in aviation. This money with green credentials flows to investment in big oil and the likes of Shell, Total, BP and Saudi Aramco. The airline companies, Lufthansa, Air France.
Do tradičných veľkých leteckých.
In what world are these practices considered as not doing significant harm, as Article 9 states? The greenwashing of financial markets has proven to be very lucrative, with over 619 billion invested into these funds with a promise of sustainability. The European Securities and Markets Authority have outlined the numerous labelling violations of dark green funds, but the enforcement of regulation has been lacking. How does the Commission plan on legally defining greenwashing to enforce sustainable finance disclosure regulation and Article 9? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last speaker on my list, Mrs. Taylor. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, President. I think there is an irony here that we're talking about sustainable investment funds against the backdrop of yet another scandal in terms of EU institutions. Fresh on the heels of the Qatargate buying of influence, we've had the revelations of monthly allowances given to MEPs to pay for office supplies being used to purchase shares in arms, tobacco, mining and fossil fuel industries in order to finance a heavily indebted European Parliament voluntary pension scheme. And this included tens of thousands of shares in US arms industries which manufactured cluster munitions which were banned in 2008. And if that wasn't bad enough, some of the monies were being paid in offshore tax havens like Bermuda and the Cayman Islands. And the EU Observer revealed that the business strategy of our pension scheme was heavily reliant on fossil fuels. The investments came at a time when Parliament was passing resolutions to cut CO2 emissions. At the same time, our pension scheme held 5.2 million of shares in European petrochemical companies. So it's a case of do as I say, not as I do. Is it any wonder we have no credibility whatsoever?
Thank you. And now I would like to invite again Commissioner Vălean for the final comments. The floor is yours.
Madam President, honourable members, that was interesting. I'm supposed to say a few words as a conclusion. I would like to recall that the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation is still a relatively new framework. The flexibility in it was considered necessary when the file was negotiated back in 2018-2019. We're still early days in the development of our ambitious sustainable finance agenda. Now, a few years later, we look at the agreement with different eyes and with much more of a comprehensive assessment, including workshops with industry and other stakeholders groups, and the public consultation will be an opportunity to take stock and see how the framework can be improved and to address, if necessary, some of the shortcomings reported in the press. A word on aviation, since I'm a transport commissioner and it happened that I'm attending your debate today. Aviation remains a key sector for our industrial competitiveness and for the connectivity and single market. Its decarbonization is set on a clear course towards carbon neutrality, both with our RefuelEU aviation blending mandate, with sustainable fuels, the ETS reform, and kerosene taxation, all offer a strong regulatory framework for this decarbonization path. However, without funding for new clean technologies and best-in-class aircrafts, this decarbonization will slow down, companies will be less competitive, and we will be stuck with old polluting planes. That is why we are currently reflecting on the scope of activities to be covered in the next delegated act on taxonomy, and we are assessing the report by the Platform on Sustainable Finance. This being said, I really appreciate your contribution to the debate and in the future your support for this very important topic. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. So the debate is closed and we move on to the next item on the agenda, explanations of votes. So we start with the motions for resolutions, the establishment of a tribunal on the crime of aggression against Ukraine. The first speaker, Mr. Tomak. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Madam Commissioner, the war of aggression started by Russia breaks all international law and destroys the peace on the European continent. And those who destroy peace must be harshly punished. If the instruments of the International Criminal Court are not sufficient in order to make sure that justice is served, because that court does not have jurisdiction over the crime of aggression, then we need to create a new instrument. We need a special court for Ukraine. The message that the European Parliament is sending today by this vote is a very clear and powerful one. The Kremlin leaders, together with the murderer Putin, must pay for the destruction of a country and for the thousands of lives that were lost in this terrible and senseless war. It is our duty to make justice not only for the Ukrainian citizens, but for all citizens of this world who have the right to live in peace.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mrs. Daly, the floor is yours.
I voted against this resolution. Of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a crime of aggression, and in a just world, that crime would never go unpunished. But we find ourselves in a world of our own making. This March marks the 20th anniversary of the horrific crime of aggression against Iraq, perpetuated by the coalition of the willing, including our very own Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Netherlands, Denmark and Spain. I want to see war criminals punished, but after 20 years of impunity for the brigands who wrecked Iraq, the proposal before us is just pure fantasy. International law is upheld by consensus. It either applies to all states equally or it doesn't work. And those before us who move this motion, really the goal is not justice. It's to scupper peace, which is the only way to stop the slaughter now. If you want to put Putin behind bars, fine, but you've absolutely no credibility whatsoever unless you bring Bush, Blair and all his European counterparts with them.
Thank you very much. We move to the next motion for resolution, EU response to the protests and executions in Iran. Mr. Wallace, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, President, again. I have condemned the nature of the crackdown on the protests in Iran. The numbers of protesters killed in the streets is a travesty, and I abhor the death penalty, no matter where it's used. Yet there are too many lies and omissions in this resolution, and I had to vote against it. These are peaceful protests. Many young people in Iran have had enough of the overbearing influence of religion on how their society is organised. If I was in Iran, I'd be protesting too. But it doesn't help matters that the US and some of its allies are looking for regime change and have boasted about getting arms to groups in Iran who have also got involved in the protest. And there's no mention of the biggest killer in Iran, Western sanctions. Our sanctions hurt the ordinary people the most. Sanctions which are illegal unless authorised by the UN. But the EU doesn't seem to have a problem with ignoring the UN Charter these days. And this resolution is calling for more of them? Absolute madness.
Next speaker, Mrs. Daly. The floor is yours.
I oppose the death penalty categorically in any country it is used, and I abhor its use in Iran as part of a crackdown against people exercising their rights to shape their own country and its laws. But Iran has a valid desire to keep its sovereignty, but the approach it's now taking risks losing it. Meeting public anger and legitimate demands for reform with vicious state repression is not only horrific, it leaves dissenters with no peaceful options, pushing them underground, encouraging the resort to violence and opening the door for foreign interference, leading to the destabilisation of the country. Imperialist meddling is a fact, but it's not an excuse. The choice is stark: bend or break. If there is no justice for its victims and demands are not urgently addressed, then I am fearful for Iran's future. I would have supported the motion, but it goes far beyond what's acceptable in a human rights resolution. UN action is, of course, right. I support that, but colleagues here are throwing in geopolitical demands, trying to sabotage nuclear talks, dragging in the war in Ukraine, blocking constructive engagement and pushing for more failed sanctions that have only made things worse, so I voted against.
Thank you. Next report by Mrs. Angelika Winzig, Control of the Financial Activities of the European Investment Bank, Annual Report 2021. And I give the floor to Mr. Wallace again.
Mr. President, the report is silent on the European Investment Bank's Strategic European Security Initiative and on the relentless attempts by the Council, the Commission, the European Defence Agency, as well as the arms industry, to undermine the restrictions that prevent the EIB from investing in arms and core defence projects. The EIB's Strategic European Security Initiative commits financing of up to €6 billion to dual-use projects seeking to develop security and defence systems in Europe. The EIB also signed a programme agreement establishing a cooperative financial mechanism with the European Defence Agency in 2019. In its 2022 roadmap on critical technologies for security and defence, on page 7, the Commission laments the fact that the EIB's lending policy still has restrictions that prevent it from lending to the defence sector. How bad? The EIB should have nothing to do with the arms industry, nor should it finance anything that can double up as weapons, arms or military software or hardware.
Thank you very much. Next report by Mr. Joao Pimenta Lopez, small-scale fishery situation in the EU and future perspectives. And I give the floor again to Mr. Wallace, please.
Thanks again, President. Blue whiting are in our Irish waters at a time of year when they are in prime condition for food production and so close to our ports that Ireland needs to ensure that a fair and equitable access agreement is negotiated by the EU Commission with Norway. Irish fish that swim, spawn and breed in Irish waters need to be a benefit for the people of Ireland who are closest to the resource, as prescribed under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Sadly, Irish fishing boats are allowed to catch no more than 3.9% of the stock in their own waters. It is to be welcomed that Norway's recent attempts to secure unfettered access to our blue whiting grounds has been challenged by the EU Commission. It is long past time for Irish coastal communities to be given a fair share of the fish that spawn and breed in Irish waters. It's only fair.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mrs. Daly, please.
Thanks, President. 50 years ago, Ireland joined the European Union. Norway didn't. 50 years ago, 50 years on, Norway's fish exports are worth 14 billion, where Ireland's are worth £500 million. There's a direct link between the two. Ireland has had to suffer its third decommissioning scheme, slashing the size of its fleet, while Norway's keeps growing and growing. And the shafting of our fisheries as price for European Union membership has long been an open secret, but it's gone on long enough. It's long past time Irish fishers were given a fair share of our own waters. How is it right that Belgium has access to 67% of our sole, where we have only 3%? And despite the claims, 72 stocks in Irish waters, only 3 are overfished, and they're not overfished by Irish fishers. We need a review, we need the input of those who do the fishing, and we need a deal for the amounts not used. I voted for this motion.
Thank you very much. So the debate is closed. The minutes of this sitting will be submitted to Parliament for its approval at the beginning of its part session from the 1st to 2nd February this year. If there are no objections, I shall forward the resolutions adopted at today's sitting to the persons and bodies named in the resolutions. The next part session will take place on 26 January. The session of the European Parliament is adjourned. The sitting is closed. Thank you very much, and I wish you a nice afternoon.
Guarda.